Okay. Good evening and welcome commissioners, applicants, and interested parties to the October 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. My name is Chris McIntyre, and I am the chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Chapter 260 of the Cohasset bylaws governing wetlands protection, and Chapter 263 of the Cohasset bylaws governing stormwater management. The Conservation Commission meeting is now open and in session and is being held on Zoom. If you have any questions for the commission, please use the Q&A feature on the Zoom application. Please include your name and address to be recognized, and when called, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is the town's conservation agent, Charlotte Pechtel, as well as the Conservation Administrative Clerk, Melinda Wall. I will now take a roll call vote of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, present.
Will Ashton is absent. And Chris McIntyre, present. Tonight we have a quorum of 5 commissioners. First up, we have minutes from the site visit to Gammons Road for approval. These are from the public posted public meeting for October 10th, 2025. And this was for the site visit to review conditions at 84 Gammons Road. Does anyone?
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, Chris. I was going to say, if you've read them and you said you watched, or you sent you watched the last recording for the meeting on the 9th. So if you've done both of those, you can vote on these.
Excellent. Yes, I have watched the previous continued hearings from the last meeting, which I missed, and I reviewed the meeting minutes. So, does anyone have any questions, comments, or edits for the October 10th, 2025 site visit meeting minutes? Okay. Does anyone care to make a motion? I will make a motion then to approve the October 10th, 2025 site visit meeting minutes, which occurred at 84 Gammons Road. Do I have a second?
Second. Kathy Berrigan, second.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, I will then take a roll call vote of commissioners. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0, and the minutes from October 10th, 2025 are approved. Okay. First up tonight, first public hearing is RDA 25-13 for 508D Beechwood Street to install a new septic system within the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones. In accordance with Massachusetts general laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset bylaw, and the Cohasset stormwater bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom webinar ID 856 531522223, passcode 915834 on Thursday, October 23rd, 2025 at 6:30 for a request for determination of applicability 25-13 to install a new septic system within the buffer zones at 508D Beechwood Street. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetmass.gov.
Hey, Joe, can you hear us? You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Oh, good. Sorry, I don't know if you can see me or not.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Charlotte, I just wanted to start by saying I really appreciate your insight on this whole project. You've really kind of streamlined this whole thing for me, and I really appreciate it. Would you like me to just give a brief overview?
Yes, please. And are you able to share your screen, or do you want me to pull up the plans?
I'm not able to show it on here.
Okay.
If you could pull it up, that would be good.
Yes, I can do that.
So, I mean, what we're trying to accomplish here, it's a repair of an existing cesspool. The cesspool currently is within the 50-foot buffer zone. And what I'm proposing is we're going to have a new septic tank at 55 feet away from the wetlands and a new leaching field at 50 feet away from the wetlands. We're going to have erosion control methods in place, and the plan has already been approved by the Cohasset Board of Health Department.
Thanks. Any comments on this from your site visit, or do you want to review what I haven't seen it, Charlotte, but do you have anything to share before we go through the commissioners?
Just that for the little bit amount of overdig in the leaching field, and also taking the cesspool out or filling the cesspool, there's a little bit of work in the 50. So Joe has submitted a variance through this RDA. And then I guess, I'm sorry I didn't notice this earlier, Joe, but I guess my only comment for the plan would just be maybe pulling the silt sock up a little bit and trying to minimize the disturbance in the 50.
Okay.
Being mindful with, giving room for equipment, but, definitely pulling that up a little bit if we can.
Yes. Yep.
Great. I will then go through commissioners for comments. Tom, do you have any questions or comments?
Sorry, I'm a little bit slow. I'm using a laptop. No, I don't have any.
Thank you. Steve, anything?
No, this looks pretty reasonable in the 100.
Okay. Kathy?
No, I don't have any questions or comments.
Sanjay, anything?
No questions or comments.
The only question I had was that for the new system, were there any test pits required, or did you conduct any pitting for this new system?
Yes, we conducted 3 test pits, and I was hoping to keep everything as far away as I could, but I ran into a good amount of ledge in like the front left corner of the property, and we need at least 4 feet of pervious material, so I had to slide it down a little bit, like within the 100. But yeah, there were 3 test pits done and a sieve analysis instead of a perk test.
Okay. Good. Well, these systems are always an improvement to the old cesspools, so I have no further questions. Charlotte, anything further to add? Or do you have any proposed conditions for this?
Other than just maybe moving the silt sock up to, tighten up that limit of work, nothing it comes to mind for this project. It seems pretty straightforward. I think if you were to issue a negative determination, you could do a -3 with just working with me to move up the silt sock prior to construction, and then a -6 for the bylaw. I don't think we're in the floodplain, but Joe, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, we aren't.
Thank you.
Good. Well, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for request for determination of applicability 25-13 at 508D Beach Street and issue a -3 and a -6 determination of applicability with the condition that the applicant work with Charlotte for placement of the erosion control barrier. So I have a second.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magno,
Steve Magnill, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sorry, Sanji Panero, aye. Sorry, if I'm wrong.
thank you, and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. And we don't need a variance, right? Do we?
Yeah, like a minor one for the, construction disturbance and then the cesspool and just a little bit of that overdig for the leaching field.
Okay, then I make a motion to issue a variance for request for determination of applicability 25-13 at 508D Beechwood Street for work within the bordering vegetated wetland 50-foot buffer zone to complete the work as shown on the approved plans. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell second.
Thank you. Tom, take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Panero, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you. That hearing is now closed.
Thank you.
Joe. I'll work on getting you that permit hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Thank you,
Thank you.
Charlotte.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay, next up, we have stormwater permit 25-14 for 66 Jerusalem Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom. Webinar ID 856-531-52223, passcode 915834 on Thursday, October 23rd. 2025 at 6:30 p.m. for stormwater permit 25-14 to construct a cabana, pool, spa, fencing, patio, walkways, asphalt, basketball court, and stormwater utilities for JAC Family Realty Trust at 66 Jerusalem Road. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpec.cohassetmass.gov.
Hi, Jackson. Hi, Sean.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Can I try sharing the screen, I guess, right?
Sure. And can you guys also introduce yourselves for the public record as well? Thank you.
Yep, I'm Jackson Griffiths. I worked on this project, doing a lot of the design and collaborated with, the landscape architect and stuff like that to get the plan to work. So
Are you with
My
the
name's
I'm
firm
with
or
Guardian Man Design Group.
applicant? Sorry,
Yeah,
are you the
me-
applicant or are you with the firm? or-
I'm the representative
Yeah, and
on the application. The application says Juliet Coletti is the applicant, but she's a part of that JAC Family Trust. So, and yeah,
And-
I'm with Guardian Man Design Group.
my name's Don Hardy. I'm a professional engineer with Hardy and Mann Design Group. Jackson is my engineer that worked on this project, so he did a lot of the small technical stuffs, and all the nuts and bolts of it. So he's here to hopefully answer questions.
Thank you.
This is 66 Jerusalem Road. I don't know, some of you might remember it from like 3 or 4 years ago. We presented that the house actually was demolished and replaced with a different house. So this is the result of that. The new owners are proposing to put in the rear a cabana with a pool and a patio area, as well as down over here in the driveway. It's an existing gravel driveway now. They're proposing an asphalt. They're calling it an auto court / recreation. It's a basketball court, but also it's a paved area to get in and out of that garage area. The pavers are proposed to be pervious pavers. As you can see down here, some of that driveway, they're making the existing driveway is bigger than what they're proposing. They're proposing to narrow that down a little bit and put that back to landscaping a little bit. Much of the work is happening back here in the rear on what Jackson has calculated with drainage area 1, which sheds off to the page left. And in order to mitigate for that increase in impervious area, you can see down here, he's proposing 4 Caltech R150 XLHD chambers. That's going to be piped from the roof leaders. When the initial house was built, the previous or the contractor had actually put in a lot of that piping to bring those around, but that was not how it was designed. So we made them at the time of certificate of compliance. He capped those. So now we can reuse or have the advantage of at least that is in the ground with to minimize what's going to be for construction. In the second design point is down here. It comes down the driveway and towards Jerusalem Road. So under all storms 2 through 100, it's a reduction in runoff rate and volume to the abutting properties. I know Charlotte today had sent some communication from the neighbor to the rear, some questions about whether or not, certainly with an eye towards stormwater and this being a stormwater permit, but concern that anything that here would make its way down into their driveway and then come back to their house. But I think as you can generally see, the grades 52, 51, 50 existing are sheet flowing basically page left, and we're continuing with that same kind of strategy. And then, as we said, these patio areas are proposed to be pervious pavers, so that will help with infiltration. I don't know if Jackson has anything to add or if you have any questions.
The only thing that I would add is just that, so the existing site has the 2 1-chamber Caltech 150s, and those are just capturing, so on the right-hand side of the screen, the drainage area number 1, that chamber is capturing, I believe it's only about 350 square feet of that existing roof. And then
Right.
on the left-hand side, that existing 1 chamber is about the same, just capturing a portion of that existing roof. So with that new proposed 4-chamber system, we would be capturing like that, the dotted line that, essentially separates that building into 2. With that 4-chamber system, we would be capturing everything, all that roof that's on the included in that left-hand existing area.
Yep.
So that would be the increase in impervious area that we'd be mitigating on the site.
Okay. You have any, I saw there was a landscape plan submitted with this. Do you care to discuss that at all? Or should we discuss this? Does any commissioner have a question about this plan as it is?
I do.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. Would you want to go back to the plan that was just up, please?
Certainly. Sorry.
So with the Caltech chamber on the lower left, I don't see that there's been a test pit.
That's correct. At the time of construction so it's adjacent to, there's an existing Caltech here, and at the time of the construction, for the house, it was one of the conditions was that get witnessed and confirm for the placement of that single Caltech chamber. So we're putting it right next to that where that other Caltech was installed.
Okay, and the on the right side, Mr. Griffiths referred to one of the test pits there and seemed to indicate that there's supposed to be a infiltration chamber there. Is that accurate?
There's one right here. Yep.
I'm sorry, I can't see it on the map very clearly.
Oh,
On that
can you see
plan.
can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah, I do.
That-
Um,
The cursor right there is going around the little rectangle that is the other Cultec chamber that comes from a roof leader from the corner of the garage.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the other ones seems to be the lining is a little wider, I guess, so I can barely see it on my screen. All right, so that I suppose that's acceptable with the one on the left, that you're right next to one and were able, when you excavated the one, right? Is that correct? You removed
I
it?
witnessed it being installed, yes, back for I think it was like 2022 or so, but yes.
Okay. That's all.
Thanks, Tom. Other commissioners, Steve, do you have any questions on this?
No, sounds like you reading the description seemed pretty straightforward.
Okay, Kathy, anything?
Yes, I'm wondering on the proposed basketball court slash part entrance to the garage, is that correct? Um, is there any way, instead of it being asphalt, it could be some kind of permeable surface, outdoor surface? I mean, for the sports, I'm sure it could be. But then I think you mentioned driving over it to get into the garage. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So I don't know. Because, and is it a full court? I can't read the numbers on the length and width of that area.
No, it's not a full court. I don't even think it's fully a half court. It's just, it's an area that's you know, it's about 24 by 24 or so. An area just to be able to, you know, have some recreation, but also where it's a gravel driveway now, just to have a little more stable surface, I guess. That's what the owner's requesting. Certainly you as the commission have the right to condition us however you see fit.
Yeah, so I have the drawing up now. I can give you those dimensions if you'd like. So on the bottom it's 37.9 feet. And then on the right hand side it's 35.5 feet. So
Okay.
Yes,
That's
that would be the
significantly
area.
smaller than full court. Okay. Is there any way to make the surface a little bit more permeable and still be able to use it for, a little bit for basketball and also to drive over it? I don't know. Is there something that can make it like that? Some other kind of surface or?
I suppose in theory, porous pavement, I don't think you'd want to go with pavers or something like that because they can tend to be uneven and again, the purpose is to be playing sports, whether you have edges that are catching whatever ball you're moving or dribbling, or even if it's a hockey puck or something.
Yeah, that would make sense,
I
right?
mean, I don't think there's an opportunity for that. Certainly in the back by the pool, we are stressing that.
Okay,
Shy of porous pavement, which is an increased cost, I can't think of anything.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Sanjay, any questions? Comments?
Yeah, sorry, I was just on mute. I was just trying to understand, can you walk me through again, like, so there's an existing driveway that's going away. It's forecourt pavement coming in, and then is there a new driveway, or I'm just trying to understand, like, the existing driveway panel gravel, like, you walk me through that again?
Certainly. Can you see this cursor moving?
Yeah,
All right, so the existing driveway comes here. It's got a cobblestone edge down through here. And then on this side, the existing driveway is out here to the corner of the garage. And then up here, the existing driveway comes out and loops around and comes out to Red Gate Lane. They are proposing on this side to narrow that driveway a little bit where it meets the sports court and then comes down, and on this side to narrow it as well over here and provide landscaping in here and landscaping in here. And in this area, they're making it a little bigger to fit that square or almost square court the proposing a small retaining wall and coming out here.
And the portions that aren't in that square, they'll remain gravel, or is that getting paved too?
The shaded area that says proposed asphalt auto court recreation is the only thing proposed to go asphalt. The driveway, the rest of it is to remain gravel, other than where we're proposing to, like, right in here to make that landscaping and here to make that landscaping.
Got it. Okay, thank you. No,
Thank you. Do you care to share your landscaping plan?
Yep, we didn't
Overall.
prepare it, but I'm certainly happy to share it. This was Sean Papich prepared this, so certainly, I think you guys know his reputation, know that he's proposed native plants and knows what he's doing down in this area. So, but this is it. Again, he was unable to attend this meeting, so if I have to limp through, I can. I'll do the best to explain it, but certainly you can see he's got significant, buffer plantings along the back. In here along this property line, he's beefing up in front of the house. Again, this area where the driveway used to be is being filled in. And I don't know that I'm necessarily fully qualified to explain it, but this is it.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess we typically focus on, whether or not there's any tree removal, which doesn't appear there is. Charlotte, do you have any, comments or questions, or what do you have to say about this?
So yeah, I did review this project with Jackson and made some changes to the plans. So the version you guys are seeing is what I had looked at. There was a little bit of work we pulled back from some right-of-ways. And yeah, we are definitely going to defer to the commission on their preference for test pits. Usually we do want to see a test pit dug in the location of where the system's being proposed, but since there's another system kind of almost immediately adjacent to it, seems like that doesn't appear to be an issue. There's one thing that it doesn't pertain to us, but I spoke to Jackson about it, and just to be mindful that obviously there may be more permits that may be necessary. So with building coverage, that may be something that's brought up. They could get a variance from the zoning board if they have to. I'm not sure what the calculations are, but that doesn't pertain to this commission. But it could impact if we issue a permit and if they have to, shrink the size or rotate things or, things like that. We might just see site plan changes in the future, which is fine because we have conditions built in for that. So other than that, I didn't really have too many comments other than obviously hoping that Jackson and Sean could address some of the last minute abutter comments we got. Seems like they have. I don't know if Commission has additional questions about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
The only thing I'd like to add, just because Chris, you mentioned the removal of trees.
Mhm.
So we do have in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, we are proposing to remove 2 trees that are pretty close to, they're about 6 inches off of that cabana area, which is where that proposed planting will go as well. But those are the only proposed trees that will be removed.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you. Yeah, and it looks like there's at least 3 trees going in, so I don't have any issue with that. Did you have any drafted conditions for this, Charlotte?
Yeah, I had a few. I don't know if we're ready. Are we ready for that? Seems like yes.
I think so. Does anyone else, any commissioner have any comments? I don't see anything from the audience.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see any hands raised or comments. I can pull that up. Oops, no, I want this one. Sorry, there's 2 addresses that have 66 tonight. So, these may look familiar to you guys. They're pretty standard at this point. I'm sorry, I haven't put them into our template. So eventually I will not be reading this much. That the order permit, the permit is contingent upon the applicant obtaining all the required state, local permits from other boards and permitting authorities. No site construction work shall occur until all their applicable permits and approvals have been obtained, such as but not limited to zoning, planning, and building. All changes to the plans from other reviews and permitting authorities shall be submitted to the commission in writing. No revised site work or changes are allowed to begin until the Conservation Commission reviews the subsequent changes to the plan. So yeah, if there's any changes due to building or setbacks or zoning, we'll just need to review those before the changes are made on site or before you start construction, depending on what they are. We have a handful of standard conditions about pool drainage. Since this is a tight site, I think they might be applicable. Any pool drainage shall be confined to a truck and shall not be drained onto any land that would drain into the wetland or buffers. Hold on, wrong. Into the wetland or buffer zones. We do have wetlands across the street. Sorry, that's why I added this. The applicant shall also communicate and review any offsite drainage locations with surrounding abutters to ensure no adverse drainage impacts occur to abutting properties. The pool shall never be drained entirely and shall only be lowered as appropriate to prevent spillover. And then the pool shall only be drained in accordance with conditions as specified in the attached guidance. So we have a best management practices of chemicals and discharge of pool and spa water. We include those very often with our wetlands permits, but now we're including them consistently for stormwater permits if there's a pool. Sorry, you can ignore that. And then the site conditions are pretty standard for pre-construction, stormwater before the system gets buried. So that's usually when Sean or Jackson and I will go out, we'll look at everything before they cover it all, like we did last time. For the pool, pre-pool installation, just because sometimes things come up, maybe you have to shift things, move things, same thing with stormwater. And then before they start landscaping and then final inspection.
Thank you. Those look acceptable to the applicant.
Yeah, those all seem perfectly reasonable.
Great. Any last comments from commissioners? No. Okay. Well, then I will make a motion to close the public hearing for stormwater permit 25-14 at 66 Jerusalem Road and issue a stormwater permit with our standard special conditions and the conditions previously shown on the screen and read into the record by our conservation agent. Do I have a second?
Second.
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. With the motion in a second, I will now take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0, and the public hearing for stormwater permit 25-14 is now closed.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chris.
Good
Thank you,
night.
Jackson.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, we have NOI 25-24 for 84 Gammons Road to remove a damaged tree, repair existing stone walls and patio, and construct a new stone wall within the resource areas and buffer zones. This is continued from the public site visit on October 10th, 2025.
Hi, Andy. I spoke to Danny today. Is he going to join us? I don't see him in the audience.
He did not plan to, Charlotte.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad
no
you
worries.
spoke to him. Yeah.
All right. So in our meeting on site, the minutes reflected that there was discussion primarily on the new wall. So how would we like to proceed here? Would you like to show the plan again and just kind of update us on any changes or?
Charlotte, do you want me to pull up the plan or do you want to do that? Do you?
If it's easier for me, I can do that.
Okay.
If you're
Well,
sometimes if you're on an
While you're
iPad.
doing it, I would just say, Chris, the only changes initially, when we made the first application, we had a black walnut tree that's behind the guest house that we had asked for permission to have that removed whenever that time comes, if it's just deemed not healthy. But during that site visit, we discussed that what we can do in the immediate future is just trim it. There's one limb that's over the house, and then we'll just hope that that tree has a long life. And even though there's some infestation, we'll do what we can, work with an arborist to try to address that. So we're taking that off of our requests and then just focusing on the walls in the patio.
Okay, thank you. One question that came up and was in the minutes is alternatives to the wall and whether or not there's been all alternatives have been adequately explored in terms of you know, protection. And I'm interested in hearing what, you know, what the possibility is. We heard on, you know, on another hearing about the possibility for using vegetation, robust vegetation in place of solid structure.
Mhm.
Has that been considered as an alternative in this case?
Yes, yes, it has been. I had put together a proposal of 5 alternatives, and that was one, vegetation. So if we just, okay, so you have that. So that starts the alternative. We could even go through them in that order if that's okay. The vegetation is one of those, but one option was just coir logs. I believe that's how you pronounce that. Just a coconut fiber that is filled with some type of material. I think very similar to a silt sock. Those can be stacked, but the challenge there is that they only last a few years. So to do that, you'd have to just constantly replace those every few years. So that was a primary reason for saying that that was not a viable option. Another option 2 on page were to install large blocks, almost like a, say, a pier or a revetment that you might see. And in that case, just the construction of that is unlikely that you could make the drainage that you would be able to do when you build a field stone wall. And there's one reason, but the real main reason there, just the heavy equipment that would be needed to bring those blocks in, you know, likely harm the marsh area as well as the coastal bank. So that's the reason, again, heavy equipment to install that type of a wall. Then, as you mentioned, just vegetation. About a dozen years ago, we did try to vegetate that area. It's most of the bank, I would say more than half, almost 2/3 of that area is very steep now due to erosion. And so to enable planting, you would have to grade that, bring in fill. So you begin grading the coastal bank. And then what we've seen though is just due to the wave action, I think very quickly, and this is what happened before, very quickly, whatever you tried to plant after all that turmoil and being, I would say, significant alteration of the coastal bank, then it would be unlikely that anything would live. And so that's the reason that we deem that not viable, or certainly not a good option. And again, having tried to do that about a dozen years ago with grasses, it didn't work. Another option, we say just don't do anything, but we don't think that that's viable either. You know, we have pretty severe erosion there. And then what we're proposing is this wall, and that's really just because of that wave action, primarily when we have storms that are from the northwest, just due to the configuration of Little Harbor and lack of any other, I would say, island or any type of stone that we have in other parts of the yard. It gets hit pretty hard, and that's what's caused a lot of the erosion. So we need some type of a strong barrier to address that. And And also, and I think this is what Tom and I discussed, it's not a flood wall. It really, it's just we'll call it a wall to address the erosion. And so the top of that wall will just be right at the current top of the land that's there. So I think you really won't even see it from the land side. It's just to address, and kind of mitigate further erosion to protect the structure, but then more importantly, to protect the coastal bank from further erosion.
Thank you. One note that I would just say on the vegetative option is that typically if you're looking for something that's going to hold structure, grasses are fine, but they're not really, they don't have the root structure that you see in shrubs and small trees that kind of maintain the bank and kind of hold it together. So I'll just note that, but I'll pass on to the next commissioners who may have comments based on these new discussions and the site visit. Tom, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes. So during the site visit, we got a good look at it and saw that the bank appears to be mainly made of fill. We found pieces of asphalt and concrete in it, so it's not very consolidated. And there already is, Chris, there's really, it's not being held together by grass. There's quite a lot of volunteer, it looks like, shrubs there with fairly substantial root system, the size of your thumb and bigger. And it's being eroded right away from those roots. So I don't think that this could be resolved through vegetation at all. I mean, there's already quite a lot of root balls built in there that aren't not really doing the job.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So in terms of this particular part of the wall, I think that this is probably the best solution that's being proposed. Now, the other parts of the wall, I'd sort of reserve judgment on those. I mean, when we looked at those, and there's not an erosion problem so much as a flooding issue there. There already is riprap of sorts. There was a wall there to protect against wave action.
Okay.
We have to decide whether those are really constitute enough of a wall so it would be rebuilding an existing wall. And I think it's a toss up there. I'm not sure that there was ever a very elaborately constructed wall. I mean, there's a lot of stone there. There's no doubt about it. But it looks like it was mainly just riprap that was stacked up to some degree. But around the house, the existing, the two-story guest house certainly is in peril if that erosion continues. And I think that's a valid reason to approve the wall that's been proposed for that part of the property.
All right. Thank you. Steve?
The only question that I had was kind of the extent of the wall, where it goes off to the off towards the north there, the north end of the wall basically seems to be behind that kind of existing lower stone wall, and the slope there doesn't seem to be particularly abrupt as it is at the other end, at the south end. Whether or not that wall needs to be as long as it's been proposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
If not,
okay,
yeah.
I could address that. So I think what you see right, say in the middle of our screen, it shows all the ledge, and if you can see right, say in the middle of that ledge above the word stone wall, it has SM-102, which is salt marker 102. So that particular area, so that ledge actually goes, it's like almost a 2 feet change in slope. And so the whole reason for having this wall start there, because it really does go from about 5 feet, which is the base elevation, to almost 7 feet. And so that ledge, and I think Steve, maybe you weren't part of the discussion, but I thought, Tom, you were. We were just saying that it's almost like this natural uh, protection that we have with that ledge, and so we are just blending into that, and that's the reason that we um, are starting the wall there. And also, I did try to put a marker there when we don't have pictures of the marker, but there was a marker just to show that in the elevation of what was 5 feet and what was 7 feet on that marker, so you could kind of see how the wall blends into that ledge. So that, again, that's the reason that we are proposing the wall to start there, to again use that, I'll call it natural ledge area, and then the other side, as you mentioned, just really blends into the land. And as that land goes up in elevation, I think we stop at like elevation 7.5, because that's far enough away from the marsh and high enough that it's just a natural blend into the way the contour of the land is at that point on the south side.
Is there erosion there? I don't.
There is, yeah. Again, that's we have the wall is a length just to protect the erosion that's all the way up to that point, and I think if again we were to show pictures, we don't have those, but those trees that we planted, you really can see how the erosion next to those trees. And when we planted those a dozen years ago, that was almost a flat area. You know, now those trees are also challenged, I would say, by the erosion. So that wall is just enough to stop erosion of what is the area, the coastal bank all along the driveway where those trees are, and then up to where the natural ledge serves as a barrier.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Steve?
No, Tom addressed the other questions I had about the rebuilding of the other stone walls and the like. So.
Okay. Kathy, any questions or comments here?
Yes, just one question. Is the wall vertical or is it like sloped down against the land, against the ground slope itself?
Yeah, the wall is almost all at elevation 9 throughout the whole wall, but there is a little bit of a slope on the part that we're just talking about on the northern side, and that's just to have a contour down from 9 down to 7 to blend in with what is that 7-foot elevation for the top of the stone area on that piece of ledge there. So pretty much all elevation a 9, but then because of the way the land comes up, even though the top of the wall is elevation 9, the bottom of it at that point, I think, is elevation 7.5. And I think you can, if you look at those contours, you can kind of see that elevation 9, elevation 7.5 at the northern end.
Okay, so I understand what you're talking about, how it blends it, but the wall itself is a vertical wall that's 9 feet high. Is that what you're saying?
No, the wall is, I'm sorry, the wall is 4 feet in height at its highest point, but on either end of it, it's less than that. I think if you could go to the bottom of the plot plan, there is a horizontal diagram of the wall that the draftsman drew, and it so the very bottom of there's a bottom of the bottom of the whole plot plan, Charlotte. There's that horizontal. Where is that? Oops. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So that one right there. Yes. Yeah. The very bottom. Yeah. And just below that proposed this. Go down a little more. Okay. So here's a horizontal cross section of the wall. So this starts from the south and goes north. So that's the 90-foot, pardon me, the 90-foot point. So where what would be on the right side of our screen, where it has elevation 5 as the base, elevation 7, that is where we just talked about that kind of north side blending into the ledge. And you see it kind of contours up to 9 feet elevation again, and that would be 4 feet tall all the way down. So tallest wall is no more than 4 feet, and then pretty much in maybe 2 feet or less on either end.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
that
I
help? Does
understand.
that
Yes,
make sense? Okay. Yeah.
yes, total sense. Thank you.
Okay. And then part of that is, first of all, it's kind of naturally works out that way with a 9 feet being the elevation next to along the carriage house. And then, an engineering structure would be required if it would then become a retaining wall and there's no need to do that here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Anything else? Kathy? No?
I'm sorry,
No.
no, nothing else. Thank you.
Sanji, any questions or comments?
Nope. Oh, yeah, I actually do have one question for maybe Charlotte. I really appreciate the homeowners' effort to save the black walnut tree. Should it continue to degrade, will they have to come back to this committee to remove it, or could we create a condition that with your review that if it continues to degrade, they could simply have you come out, take a look, and make that decision?
Yeah, I think it's commission preference. As you guys know, we have a recent soft policy that only pertains to hazardous trees and like buffer zones, floodplains, and riverfront, not directly in a wetland. So I know, Andy, you had mentioned that arborists had previously looked at this tree and did not, think it was doing so well. So I think in the future, if you attempt to maintain it and keep it alive, but it continues to decline and gets to a point where it can be a imminent hazard. If an arborist, certified arborist has assessed it and can provide that to me in writing, our commission right now has a policy that we're kind of hammering out that I can approve it administratively as long as I have that documentation and, obviously, showing that alternatives like pruning and things like that don't work. So that can either be a part of this condition, a part of this order if a decision were, made, or that can just be something that we tackle separately. If it's not a hazard, it would still need an RDA submission or an amended NOI or something like that. Because it is it's in the 50-foot buffer. It is in the floodplain. And so, usually the closer you get to the resource areas, we'd want to see an actual permitting submission unless it's a hazard in these types of disturbed areas only.
If the commissioners would be willing to include that provision, that condition, we very much like that. We have no plans at all to take down that tree. I haven't contacted an arborist. It was really just to take advantage of the fact that we have this NOI and could include that in sometime in the next few years. We're just watching that tree pretty soon. There's another tree we have on the property that is actually a little more serious state of health than this tree. We want him to look at that. So if we could proceed as you mentioned, Charlotte, that would be great. And then we'll just see how that happens over the next few years if there's a need, but it would save us the time and your time if we had that condition.
Thank you. So I think in general, my feeling on these situations is that, I like to avoid structures whenever possible and really explore alternatives. I think there's, you listed some alternatives, some of which were deemed infeasible, but like the coconut core logs, that's understanding, that's an alternative, but there wasn't actually implemented is a little bit, dismissive in my opinion, but I just have concerns that, the walls like this will impact the, you know, the surrounding areas, either by deflection of wave energy, as we've discussed previously, or sedimentation to other resource areas. So yeah, I do have hesitation on these types of structures, and that's my 2 cents. But again, I wasn't able to attend the meeting. I was just able to read the minutes. So if there's a commissioner that cares to make a motion at this point, or if there's any more discussion on the other aspects of this proposed plan, please bring them forth.
Well, I think we need to have some further discussion about the other walls and whether they're necessary. And there's also a patio involved. So we've really focused on this single wall that is adjacent to a eroding coastal bank that is very close to an existing structure. And to my mind, that's a very clear case of where we might approve a pretty robust protective structure for the coastal bank. The other walls are, as we saw, they are really just, for the most part, they're not a structured stone wall like is being proposed here. They're not. They are dry. They weren't cemented together, I don't think. Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like these were just large stones that were stacked up, and again, there's no protecting this property from flooding. So their purpose is, and there's no evidence of erosion behind them. It looks like whatever, if they are protecting the property, they would continue to, if they've done it since 1926 or 1924, looks like they're going to continue to do that.
Sorry, go ahead. Somebody.
No, go ahead.
Okay, just a couple, to just what you just said and a few comments earlier. So I think when we were walking over there, I don't know if any other commissioners went to look at those walls, but there is significant erosion that has occurred, because those walls, when we bought this home about 13 years ago, and I know from the previous owners and what we saw that at the one time, and if we examine that, you'll see there is, say, cement and mixed in with some of that stone. I know the walls, and you can see evidence of it if you kind of push back some of the debris, but they were walls that were a little bit lower at one time, further out into what now would be marsh that has moved back. And so I think, just like the other area where we're proposing the new stone wall, I think that also was just land that eroded over time. And so we know those walls were, I would say, several feet out. As part of work we had done, they re-stacked some of those stones, and that's why it looks a little, maybe rough underneath that. There is, again, more of the, say, stone that was part of a wall. But there are two trees. The one it shows is a 20-inch tree, which is right in the middle of our screen. The one is a 24-inch tree, a little bit to the right next to the stone patio. Those trees are very close to, again, these kind of piled up stones. And that's where there's a lot of erosion. I have to say, I'm more concerned about those two trees than I am about the black walnut behind the carriage house, just because of the erosion there. So the land is a little bit lower there, but again, it truly has had the same erosion over time. I think what helps this area, or maybe it's not as easy to see, there's so much ledge. They're really like these 3 or 4 different areas that have ledge in between. So the ledge has helped in some degree limit the erosion, but there absolutely is erosion. And I think this is the same requirement here to rebuild those properly so that we stop that erosion and prevent those trees from really collapsing into the little harbor.
Well, what's different here is that there's no structure that's threatened by wave action. And it seems like an alternative here could simply be to take those existing stones and restack them so that they serve the purpose that they probably originally served, and you might solve the problem by simply restacking those stones. I know several of them look like they'd rolled down onto the marsh, which is something that we'd certainly don't like to see. So, and it's not that that's your fault. I mean, they could have rolled down there a long time ago, but restacking those walls to achieve the purpose that they were put there for in the first place, I would be in favor of. But since your existing house is not in danger, and we're not really, if I don't think we'd be considering protecting trees necessarily as a necessary condition for approving essentially a wall, a seawall on the coastal bank.
I think I understand that argument, I guess. And in this case, I think they are existing walls. We're rebuilding existing walls, not creating a new wall. And I again know we can argue just the state of those walls, but I think by rebuilding them properly, that's really what has to be done. Because if we just stack them, then we really have the issue that's happening right now, or we've seen on the other side, that because of the wave action and obviously I call it insufficient drainage, there will be erosion. But if they're rebuilt properly, then they'll have the black barrier paper on the inland side. They'll have the crushed stone at the base and the weep holes, and so they'll be the proper wall, so that for normal wave action, they're protecting the coastal bank, and then when they do get breached due to high storm, then they'll drain properly. But if we just stack stone, it won't serve either of those conditions.
It'll certainly drain.
Certainly, well, but I think that's what's happening now. I think that they're certainly draining, right? But the drainage is happening, and then it's carrying all the coastal bank with it. And so if it's done properly, it won't keep taking away coastal bank. So that, again, that's what I would argue, just rebuilding existing walls properly will protect the issue of protecting the coastal bank and protecting those trees.
That's my only comment about this. And I hear what you're saying, but I still think that the alternative should be seriously considered.
Yes, yeah, I would second that, what Tom's saying, and just back to my previous comment on the other segment of the wall, that alternatives, or the least impact, these structures are they have a tendency to just deflect energy, and as much as they may protect what's directly behind them, that the flowage and the disruption of natural migration of sediment and waves, even though this may not be receiving that much direct wave impact.
Yeah, I would just say on this particular area, if you see this, the little harbor, most of our storms are northeasters, and so this gets hit the hardest, except that one corner on the other side when it's a northwest storm. So this takes a beating, and again, having been here a dozen years, we've seen it. A patio area, we did have pavers all the way to the edge. I've had to move those back just because that has been just erosion and a sinking of that bank area. So I would also say I don't know where else in terms of just, sending, if we had a properly constructed wall, I think it would, be the same in terms of there's no deflection that would go anywhere else in Little Harbor.
Any other commissioners have any further comments on the rest of the project? This section wall particularly, or the patio?
That's a good picture to see some of the erosion, I think, anyway, but, and there's that, I don't know if that other tree, I think there's more erosion, but anyway, it's good to, thank you for pulling up those pictures.
Yeah, that's helpful to remind me of
Yeah,
what it looked like there.
yeah, that's.
Other commissioners, any questions, comments on the rest of the project, or anyone care to make a motion here?
Well, I'd make a motion to approve part of this. And, but I mean, we can't, I don't think we can quite do that. I think Andy has to come back with an alternative that we have to look closely at. And again, if I'm not mistaken, the state regulations really are pretty strict about working on the coastal bank, and they are allow more extreme measures to be taken where there is a structure involved rather than a lawn and trees. Is that right, Charlotte?
Yeah, so you're referring to, someone can correct me, but I believe it's 310 CMAR 10.30 or 10.32. One is Salt Marsh, one is Coastal Bank. But for the Coastal Bank one, there's definitely a hard difference between maintaining existing structures and building new structures in a coastal bank. Really, the new structures in a coastal bank, like a wall, are only approved on the purposes of to protect a structure that was pre-existing prior to 1978. And Andy, I think you said the guest house was built in the 50s. And it's definitely to protect the existing structure prior to 1978 from the purposes of with erosion and flooding. You also have to do a very thorough analysis of why the alternatives are not feasible. Planting plans can definitely be approved per these regulations if you're doing a more natural solution. But yeah, these walls, as Tom had mentioned, are really strictly regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act. They're really only supposed to be permitted as a kind of last resort. Andy definitely has shown some, other alternatives, and I know the commission's discussed those tonight. But yeah, that's definitely the regulation, and then our local regs, I believe, mirror that. I don't think we have much of a difference in the state regs for coastal banks.
Right, but to be clear though, right, so the new wall is the one that has that particular regulation 310, whatever it is, that has to do with protecting the structure, in this case built in 1927. So, but
I'm sorry.
existing,
Okay.
yeah, but the existing walls do not fall under that. And so
yeah, I'm sorry. The guest house
that's
was
the
built
key
in the 20s, you said?
Yes, 1927 is.
I was trying to understand the objections, like you're not expanding the existing walls, you're just improving them, right?
Correct. We're just rebuilding the existing walls. And rebuilding them properly. That they weren't done when they were, say, rebuilt a number of years ago. We're rebuilding those walls so they will function as they should. That's it. And
there is an existing wall, and there was a provision for, was it repair, Charlotte, or reconstruction, or how does that, could you read how that's stated again for the existing walls?
Yes, I just have to pull up the state regs, sorry. I don't have it memorized.
310 something.
Yeah, 310 CMR 10.30 or 10.32. I think 30 is coastal banks and 32 is salt marshes.
Yeah, okay.
30 is coastal banks, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to the right section and then I can pull it up. Oh, hold on. Wrong screen. So this is the general performance standard for coastal banks, which any project on a coastal bank within 100 feet of the top of the coastal bank, other than a structure permitted under with section we can get to, shall not have an adverse effect on wave action, movement of sediment from coastal bank to beaches or land subject to tidal action. When a coastal bank is determined to be significant to storm damage prevention or flood control, it's there's all these conditions that have to apply. And so this one, hold on. I think I have to go up to 3, sorry. Yeah, here we go, sorry. That no new bulkhead revetment, other existing structure, again, except as necessary to protect a structure prior to 1978. And then Tom, I think you're referencing section 33 in our local regs. We definitely split up maintaining existing structures versus building new ones, and with building new ones.
That's really what I'm getting at. Is there enough existing structure here to warrant falling within our regulations that would allow for reconstruction of these walls?
Yeah, I can pull up
It's
section
as simple as that.
33.
I mean, there's definitely existing walls there. They're kind of
I would
ragged.
say if we didn't have those walls, would.
Yeah, they're definitely
then the house
there.
would-
So,
Yeah.
so
exactly.
does that fall under a permissible activity under our regulations or the states?
I would say, and Charlie, we got, and you told me it was unusual, but DEP did come back when we made our NOI and made the comment that we just had to address the new wall and alternatives for that, and noted the.
Really, I'm sorry that I didn't get into OneDrive to look at that. I had a little computer problem here.
Yeah, DEP's comments to the submission were definitely about the delineation of the coastal bank, which needed to be added to the plans. And my one question, Andy, is policy 92-1. Do you know which figure from the policy that your land surveyor used, judging from the greater than 4-to-1 slope? My guess is that it was figure 2. The policy has a bunch of figures of how you delineate the top of a coastal bank.
I thought it was 4 actually, and
Okay.
so.
Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry, Tom, this is what you're referencing. We reference the regulations, the wetland regulations, well, actually not specifically here. That's interesting. But anyway, we have the same setup in terms of except as follows, with maintaining existing, repairing or reconstructing in a location similar to the existing location, but only to the original length. And if it's protecting the existing house, they may rebuild only if the commission determines that there is no environmentally better way to control the erosion, repair, so you guys can read that. But then, yeah, in terms of new stuff, only when it's necessary to protect a dwelling constructed prior to August 10th, 1978, that is the same with the Wetlands Protection Act. And when the structure is designed to minimize any adverse impacts due to loss of sediment, changes in wave action, and that no lesser method of protection other than the proposed structure is feasible. So this definitely is aligning up with the Wetlands Protection Act 310 CMR 10.30.
Okay, so I, as I said, I'm fine with the wall to protect the guest house. I think that and it looks like that's covered here. What I'm really trying to clarify is rebuilding the existing walls. So when I look at this, I see, but only to its original length, and if it is protecting an existing house. That's the part that that seems to be the problematic part of the proposal.
Isn't it protecting the main house?
The main house is quite a ways away, so no, it's
I
not.
mean, it's only like 20, 30 feet
Sarah,
away.
could you
like-
pull up the pictures that I have and that you in the attachment a second?
Yeah, how close so the question is, how close does the tide actually get to the house?
Just that show, so you can see from here, so that one, which is the wall that's in we're not asking to rebuild, it's completely covered here. And you can show another picture later. I think there's another picture behind, well, I guess it doesn't show the house, but, that's, pretty, it's to me, I guess it's threatening the house. I'm not convinced that language though really addresses the house. To me, I read it a little bit vaguer. I read that clearly about it's the same existing length, same existing wall, but I mean,
Well, there's that
pictures are
clause
pretty
in
I
there.
think
There's
what
that
I was
clause,
struggling
it's
with,
the and
um,
clause is what's the problem here for me. It says, and it needs to protect the house.
but
You
it
can
does seem
only
like
do-
it's
you
protecting
can
the
only-
house.
You can only work with the existing length and which that's what you're proposing to do. So that's not what's the problem. It
Yeah.
says.
But I think we talked like about king tides reaching that length multiple times a year. Like, if you didn't have that, like, wouldn't that stuff just wash away over time? Because it's just lawn. Like, I think that's why I'm
Yeah.
not getting the point.
Yeah, no,
Well,
yeah,
if that's the case, then probably a vegetative solution should be considered. Doesn't happen very often.
What about the rest of this?
But it's an existing wall.
section
Like, it's existing
33A,
there.
we have the repair or reconstruction proposals should include measurements with the rate of erosion, historical photos of available, calculation of the volume of sediment being removed from the bank in question on an annual basis, determination of whether a removal is infrequent episodic events or occurs in small regular losses, wave height, storm surge data, all this. There's 5 different requirements for this kind of reconstruction proposal.
Andy, I can jump in a little bit here. So can you please remind me and the commission if you, I know you have discussed more the new walls, so I don't know if you've had your professionals assess the existing walls, but did you speak with Brad Holmes, a wetland scientist? Was he able to provide anything? I know, I don't know if you have it and you just haven't submitted it. Did he give you any assessment in writing on the proposed
No,
alternatives, why those aren't feasible? And,
no, just honestly, with Brad and Brendan Sullivan,
Yep.
Brendan was here twice, Brad
Yep.
talked to him at least 3 times, I think, and
Mhm.
he felt like this wouldn't be an issue at all. He thought, the
the
discussion.
the repair,
Yeah,
not
he
the
just said
new
these are
wall.
existing walls, there's gonna be no discussion. You're allowed to build existing walls. So it was, true, that was his assessment. I get, happy to have, Brad provide that input, but he said, again, you can see these are protecting the property, you're just rebuilding existing walls, conservation, DEP, this is a simple approval.
So really the argument comes down to 33A here. And that has to be satisfied, I think.
Yeah, I know. I guess, again, I'm trying to argue for approval, but when I
Yeah.
see, bulkheads, seawalls, riprap, this is what, again, discussed it with Brad, this is for like a larger scale project, and I think of what a bulkhead is, or, the seawall. Charlotte, we talked about, when you're talking cement structures, big structures, these are only less than 4 foot high walls that are relatively very short in length. They're really 3 or 4 sections, I think maybe, 12 feet in between sections, about 60 feet total for the 4 areas.
Well, I don't have a problem with the first
Yeah,
part of that
yeah,
sentence.
yeah.
It seems like you fall squarely within that. They're seawalls. You can do something with them if they're protecting the existing house.
Yeah, and I
That's-
think they
that's-
are. They're protecting the house and the land. Like if those walls weren't there.
Or like, what's
Yeah.
the bar for not protecting the house?
Yeah, right. I mean, like how far does it have to be? I mean, those walls, I
That's a
would
good
argue
question. And how
the
high
whole-
is the house? And
No,
how much the existing walls attenuate the waves, even though they may be covered.
That's
Fact
why,
is, they're-
that's why,
they're still
that's why these
attenuating
5
waves.
requirements are in here, and you have to understand, Mr. Wise, our position isn't, we're looking, we've seen an increase in these types of projects, and we're wary of the cumulative, effects of what this will look like if this sort of thing is just we have to look at these all on their face value individually. And so that's why we're assessing it. It may be a smallish wall, but
Yep.
we have to look at them through the scope of our bylaw and
Yes, yep.
as well
In
as
Brad
the,
Holmes' opinion, really, I doubt if he's read this carefully, because there isn't the list here says repair or reconstruction proposals. It doesn't say they have to, but it should include measurements of the rate of erosion of the bank with historical photos, if available, calculation of the volume of sediment being removed from the bank in question on an annual basis, and an estimation of where that sediment is being deposited. So it seems to me that you need to provide this information.
I guess I would only rebut that. I think I'm thinking again, trying to step myself away from the owner and think more broadly. But if I would use the word should, I think that to me it depends on the scale of the project. So if the walls are bigger, longer, and more issues are at stake, then you need to do some pretty serious work there, if again for a larger scale project. But I think that's why the word should is included for a project that's smaller, when I don't want to say you could make more of a judgment by looking at it rather than having the more detail. That's what I would argue. And I think to me, those walls are clearly protecting the house. And over time, if they weren't there, that erosion, over time, would endanger the house. Those walls are critical to the whole boundary of the behind the house, and that's where they were made. Just like the other wall that is a super strong, larger wall, also is protecting the house. So again,
And I
should,
think-
I guess, should is the key legal term there, not will include. I guess.
Yeah, or
And,
shall.
and if I could just state for the record, I agree with the applicant, like there's discretion here. That's why we exist as a commission. If we think it's fundamentally the type of project that you described, Chris, that we're trying to protect the community against, you should say that, but I don't see that here, is my opinion.
Well, essentially the flip side of that is, it's not to say that we are going to reject this, but we are seeing more of these, and we're seeing arguments that are far less weighty than Mr. Wise's. And I think that it would be wise for us to have a strong basis for doing this. And by following along with the recommendations, I think that puts us in a stronger position to actually approve this.
I appreciate that. I just think I think about being a citizen in Cohasset and the time and effort and cost to get approvals. I think we have to strike a balance.
Yeah. We often hear that there's an economic argument, but
who's getting paid?
I don't think that's mentioned anywhere in our regulations.
No, and I think it's a case by case basis. I think you mentioned that, and I think every case is unique. I've seen some of the proposals that have come through, and I've seen some neighbors wanting to do things that I won't agree with. I think they're more of trying to create a flood wall or do other things. I guess again, my argument would be that these are existing walls, and there's the word should, and they are absolutely integral to protecting the house. And
we know that the word
rebuilding
should
them.
has been
We're
used
just
a lot in our
rebuilding them
bylaws when they were written. And we are slowly eliminating those in a lot of cases. It's a word that's ambiguous, and we either ought to say shall or not have the recommendation in there at all. It'd just make our life a lot easier, I think.
Well, I don't know. I'm a fan of gray for a lot of things because life is not always black and white. But I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy, I know you've definitely been working on this project for a while. I know you mentioned Brendan and Brad Holmes. Have you spoken, either does Danny Barbuto, your contractor, or have you spoken to someone previously before you submitted this application about, maybe some sort of coastal geologist perspective or something, like someone who's already like very familiar with these coastal regs and how to build these structures the right way? I just had, I had some conversations with Danny this afternoon that he has had experience building these and going through the permitting process. So I don't know if you've spoken to professionals who might be able to weigh in from this technical and wetlands coastal impact perspective, who might be able to provide something maybe more like either a statement or come to the next hearing or something, just to give the commission more of a, an assurance that, we are meeting the expectations in the Wetlands Protection Act and the regs that we're showing here.
Yep. So the initial stone wall contractor I spoke with was Jim Rosano, and Danny Barbuto more recently. And again, you spoke with Danny today, but I would say Rosano, Barbutos, those families came to Cohasset in the mid 1800s. Danny told me that he's pretty sure that his father in the 1930s, is because he remembers his father talking about this house. And, I told him it was 1927. He said, yeah, that fits. And so, Danny, I think 75 years old, been doing walls his whole life. As a teenager, he built the wall next to Sandy Beach. So he also felt like, these are just rebuilding existing walls. He's done a lot of these. Charlotte, you've worked with him for a long time. He's the one that provided the diagram on how we would do the walls and the construction. So he's a strong advocate of that those walls can be rebuilt properly. They should be. And I think for what I'm trying to present of how they also protect the house. Same thing with Jim Rosano. I could get both Jim Rosano and Danny to make statements. They're, in my mind, some of the most professional, experienced contractors in Cohasset. Their whole lives have been here. I know the Rosanos did Cohasset Bridge, and so they've done that their whole lives. So if you would like me to have them make statements or attend this, happy to do that. They're happy to do that as well.
I don't think that I'd be weighed one way or the other by listening to them. I'm sure that I have no doubt that they can build an appropriate wall here. That's not the question.
Yes, no, I agree. And I agree. And I think they can, but I think they also have a very much of an opinion, just different projects in town, what they've seen get approved, what not, what those walls function as, have done a lot of work over time. So I think they provide that, that perspective.
Yeah, sorry, Andy, to interrupt. One thing that I was thinking of, and I'll defer to the commission on this as well, is Brad Holmes does work with a coastal geologist who we have seen, not with these types of projects, but we have seen him present to the commission for other projects earlier this year. And I don't know what his expertise is with assessing these structures and coastal resource area impacts, but that might be something that if the commission is looking for something a little bit more solid from an experienced professional, looking at why repairing the walls is necessary in accordance and if it complies with the regs and the bylaw regs. I don't know if that's something the commission wants to look into, but I do know that Brad does work with a coastal geologist or coastal expert. I forget his title, but he does work with someone who's more on the geology side.
I'd like to see something that includes most of what's recommended here. Maybe not all of it, but a good part of it. So that has nothing to do with how the wall's built per se. It's what the impact of the wall is. And that's really what I'm thinking about. What is the impact of the wall?
Also, we really need to, if you look at kind of the first second sentence of that particular regulation, we're talking about if there's no environmentally better way. And you can see from the pictures that that's not a particularly steep part of the transition from lawn to salt marsh, and whether or not some other mechanism, such as the appropriate plantings and stuff like that, would be just as effective at avoiding the erosion. The wall is very far away from the house. In reality, yeah, you may be protecting from some erosion on a rather shallow slope, but you're not, this is not a wall and neither is the other one. One is just protecting from flooding. So you're not really protecting the house.
I would say, Steve, we use this is 100% addressing erosion. I would never, I have to say, never consider putting plants here just because of the wave action that we have in this part of the yard. And I think these have, there's a lot of, these walls have prevented erosion, but I would say there's just no way that we could remove stone and then put in plants. My thought, but again, these are stone walls that are preventing erosion but haven't been built properly, so we're having erosion, continued erosion.
Oh.
So in terms, so does the all commissioners have to agree, or
Yeah, so
mentioned
Andy,
no, I meant
yeah.
on like like you mentioned, not an oceanologist, but is that what would you again there was 5 conditions, but that person could put an opinion, like that's a lot of measurement. Again, when I read that, I'm thinking, a lot of engineering for, again, a big area, a lot of structure, not just somebody's backyard, a residential backyard. And so would you be comfortable if I had that individual who's a professional come in, write his opinion to address those items?
Yeah, and thank you, Andy. Let me just
Okay, yeah.
summarize quickly because I know we've been discussing this for a little while. So I think commissioners, if anyone, it sounds like we have 2 different topics here, and I don't know if commissioners are ready to vote on this project as a whole, or if the applicant is willing to split this project into future permitting. So I guess that depends on, well, one, Andy's preference, but if he wants to keep everything on the site plan, Andy, you have a choice of if you want the commission to vote on the project tonight with the information they have, or if we've had a lot of conversations tonight. I don't know how the voting will go. So if you prefer a continuance, and the commissioners, if you would also want a continuance, I think you need to be specific of what information you're looking for, from what sources, and what information would help the commission come to a decision.
I think I made it clear what I want to see. But Andy, if you are at all unsure, I guess you can ask me what do I want to see and from who?
Should, I guess for formality, we should put that in, have you say right now what you'd like, just to get it in the minutes. Is that okay, Tom? I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to see the recommendations for prior to approval. I'd like to see those at least addressed. And I don't really want to hear from somebody who's a construction person. I'd like to hear from a coastal geologist. Brad Holmes would probably be fine if he doesn't think he's qualified to talk about erosion, sedimentation, and all that list and sign off on it, put his stamp on it, then he shouldn't be the person that does it.
But I guess, could we come to some kind of a median, there's that could take, I don't know, years to,
No, I
to
don't
do
think
that
so.
type of work.
I think a coastal geologist could be out there, in and out of there in 3 hours.
Okay, well,
less.
that's what I'm asking. Are you okay? Because that's would be an opinion, that he would provide after looking.
Well, there's no measurements he can actually make.
Some, right, but not all of that.
He's
If
going
you
to-
okay to have,
He's going to look at the elevation. He's
Yeah.
going to look at the what the soil and rock structure is. You've got a lot of rock there that it's not loose rock. It's part of the planet, and so it's not going to erode.
That's your opinion, Tom. Like, I think you're looking for an opinion, but if I read those 5 regs, like the erosion and sediment displacement, like those are clear measurements that might take time. Like, I'll be on the record.
I'm not sure how you'd make them, Sanjay. How would you make?
Yeah.
How would you make these?
like
can
these are
tell, you
conditions
can
that
look at the
it's
wall,
impossible.
Sanjay.
Yeah,
You can look at the wall, Sanjay, and assume a worst case scenario based on the volume of soil that's
We
not
I'm
have
just saying what
pictures.
I want to see, and that's what we started. We were gonna,
And
go
I'll say
around
what
and
I want to see.
Sanji,
Like,
you'll have your chance to say whether you want to see anything more or nothing. But here's what I want to see.
Right, and so just, and you can be there and meet the oceanologist, but I want to give them the guidance to say that I'm asking your opinion. Do we need to rebuild these walls in what I would consider modern 2025 standard, where it's depicted on our plot plan with gravel on the inland side and
Again, I
the-
don't, I'm confident that the walls can be constructed properly.
right,
You don't need to convince me that the walls are being constructed correctly. I already believe that. I've seen the plans. I have no problem with that.
but
The question is what will be the impact of a larger wall?
but it's not a larger wall. I guess that's what I'm
Or the
confused. What you
construction
want?
or just, some of those walls are,
Oops.
I want to say here. Yeah, they can't be any higher. You're right about that.
Okay, but just so I got in the right way, so that I will say, based on our plan, which again is to rebuild the existing walls as shown, 4 foot, the highest is a 4 foot elevation 9, just like the other ones. It's where they are. That structure will have no adverse impact than what is currently existing. Is that?
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
That's the bottom line.
And I think that if you're going to propose to rebuild those walls, that there ought to be at least a plan for what those walls are going to look like. I mean, the walls, the existing rubble structures that are there are not very high. So you're not going to be building, a 4-foot wall like at the other end of the property.
Actually, the elevation proposed, there are parts of that walls that are at the new elevation. Again, because they're dilapidated, but they are at the within inches or somewhere right at the height with they are at elevation 9. And also the diagram of those walls is on our plot plan. It's the exact same for both walls. I just put the cross section in for the new wall just because of, Kathy, your question on the just elevation, because it came up before, but they look the same, constructed the same. And again, they're shown on the plot plan where there will be. So that's helpful. Again, I will speak to Brad and I think we've, noted what, keep it simple and have this oceanologist provide his opinion on new walls as proposed. They would.
Charlotte, does Brad work with a coastal geologist?
Yeah, I don't want to assume that's his official title, but his name is Stan, and he has presented to the commission before on coastal areas, not necessarily on coastal engineering structures, but I do know that he has a geology background. So I don't want to assume his title is coastal geologist, but he has a geology background. I was just reading it online.
Yeah,
Coastal
I thought Brad
geomorphology, flood hazard mitigation, wetlands, waterways policy regulation. So So I think
Sounds like that's just what we need.
Yeah. And obviously, Andy, for the record, obviously, we don't have a preference with whichever professional you choose to work with. That's not what this commission does. We were just suggesting that since you've already spoken to Brad Holmes, there may be someone on his team that might be able to provide more of a written assessment, possible presentation to the commission to really assess the necessity of the issue here with erosion, flooding, why we need to repair the existing walls, why other alternatives don't work, and then taking a little bit more of a dive into the project compliance. It seems like the commission is focused on the maintenance and restoration of the walls instead of the new wall, unless we want additional information on the new wall. But I think, Tom, you've mentioned, and Steve and Chris, I think you all want more information from a coastal geologist or appropriate professional on this portion of the project.
So we're going to, you're asking for us to issue a variance to do this. And we need to have, I think, appropriate documentation to do that, so that we have a very clear decision that, yes, we've evaluated this very thoroughly and we have decided to approve it. And here's.
And I like to say for the
here's
record
what-
that,
here's
that I
what we
dis,
have, and here's why we're doing it.
and I like to say for the record, I disagree with that opinion. I think this has been an extremely thoughtful presentation along with the site visit. And we as a commission have a responsibility to our fellow citizens to discharge our position as committee members to use our judgment on the appropriateness of these projects. So I would just be on the record say I don't agree with that position, Tom.
Thanks. Also, if you're gonna have a coastal geologist there, I would like him to weigh in on the alternatives, which you presented for the new wall, and have him kind of, put a stamp on, for lack of a better word, that a wall, which is what you're proposing, is really the only feasible means. You might as well have him. I'd like to see that anyways. So if that's okay, if he's going to be there anyways.
Yeah, I guess that's another question. Is a written assessment from a coastal geologist or an appropriate professional acceptable, or does the commission want to speak to that person too? Because that does affect Andy and how we set up the next meeting.
I'd be comfortable just with the documentation.
Yeah.
I
So
would as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Andy, given that the commission obviously is requesting this information to close the hearing and issue a vote on the project, granted, there's no other questions. Are you okay with the continuance to the next meeting on November 6th? Do you think that's going to be enough
Absolutely.
time?
Yep.
Okay.
Could we say this? Yes, with the stipulation that I can get hold of Brad and he can speak with, so I think he can, but let's just see. So let's just.
I don't know. I'll defer to the commission on that, but normally we don't close a hearing until we get all the information that the commission is informed enough to make a decision.
Oh, no,
but-
I'm just saying, I agree to, just.
Yeah.
I can't commit to. the
Gotcha.
next is really, so as soon as.
Yeah,
yes, you
so
can
you're-
you can
yeah.
tentatively
Yes.
Yes.
and continue if you don't.
Yes.
have
If you
that.
need more time. Yeah.
Yeah. And again.
Yeah, you do not have to agree to officially to November 6th. If you do need more time to work with this professional, then you can always email me and just confirm a continuance in writing.
Okay. Could I also, or first of all, I wanted to really thank everyone. And Chris, I know you couldn't make it, but we really enjoyed meeting all the commissioners and appreciate what you're doing. And I have to say, Leslie and I both got a better appreciation and gratitude for your commitment as volunteers and what you're doing and upholding the rules and regulations. Am I allowed to request, again, for a vote? It's important to me that there is a full commission. Can I request that I really don't want to have a vote unless all 6 commissioners? can vote,
That
or
can
can
be
I- we had a
something,
mission?
Andy, that I can work with you on. I can confirm, I definitely need to confirm at least a quorum for November 6th, and that's a minimum of 4 commissioners. Will Ashton, I think, can attend the next hearing. So I think if I can get an attendance for all of the commissioners, I'm happy to work with you on that administratively. I don't know how appropriate it is to agree to that as a commission, but I can definitely certainly work with you if that's your preference and you want to wait for a later meeting to get all 6 commissioners on the call.
I just would like to have all the full commission vote. that's
Yeah,
all.
I think we can, I think I can work with you administratively on that. It may not be for 11/6, but I think I'm happy to work with you on that, especially if you need more time for some of those documents.
But I appreciate it. It's just really just a one opinion, and then speaking with Brad. And at one time, I thought Brad had that certification, but he told me he didn't. But he wanted to get it, so maybe he can do it. And I would say again, for the record, though, that I will be using Brad. He's excellent, and I trust his work and his connections, and hope he can move quickly to come onto the property again.
Okay, so we'll continue
you.
to 11/6 for now. And Andy, if you need more time, just email me in writing. And in the meantime, I'll also let you know about the status of commissioners' attendance for the 6th.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
you.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
Thank you,
too.
Andy.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Sorry, so that's continued to which date on
November
this, please?
6th.
November 6th.
Yeah.
Hearing is continued to November 6th. Thank you. Great. Okay, next up we have NOI 25-28 and stormwater permit 25-13 for 66 Black Horse Lane to construct a single family home, garage, pool, spa, patio, deck, landscape, storm water utilities, remove and reconfigure existing paved driveway in the 200-foot river front area to the Gulf River and the 50-foot and the 100-foot buffer zones for EJP Wadsworth LLC. This is continued for, excuse me, October 9th, 2025. And I think we were just waiting on a couple documents. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Yes. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Laura. Can you guys introduce yourselves for the record? And Kevin, you're welcome to share your screen too.
Sure. Kevin Flaherty from Flaherty and Stefani, representing EJP Wadsworth for 66 Black Horse. And I have Lara, Jamie, and the landscape architect who do work on the project. Charlotte, can I give should I give a quick overview just real quick to remind
Yeah,
people where we
and
are?
you
I'll
can
share my
share your
screen
screen
real
too.
quick.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So, let me share something else first. So just to give a reminder of where we are, 70 Black Horse was subdivided. The kind of northwest side of it was subdivided into 66 Black Horse. Up here we have Black Horse comes off Summer Street, border streets across the Gulf River. So really the piece that we're working on is the left half of 70. And I'll bring up the plan real quick. So we had to come back. I think most of the commission was okay with the project last 2 weeks ago. We didn't have a DEP number, so we had to wait till that DEP number was issued before we could close a hearing. So again, we're doing a single family house. We tried to keep everything outside of the 50-foot coastal bank right here. We are within the 200-foot riparian of the Gulf River. And kind of had to work with the limitations of the size of the lot and what was here. There's an existing driveway that we'd be removing, shown in kind of purple and magenta right here, that ran across the back of the lot. So we'd be getting rid of all that impervious. We've came up with mitigation plantings. So one of the other reasons we came back, besides just the DEP number, was the kind of additional landscaping that the commission was looking for. So to kind of go back, this was what we presented last time. With mitigation plantings in this area here, which is kind of where the existing driveway was, as well as lawn area. And then we had all sorts of different seed mix, native seed mix and salt tolerant seed mixes going through here. I think it was Tom who mentioned kind of doing something with the 50-foot buffer. So here is where the 50-foot buffer is to the Copper Coastal Bank. We've held all structures out of it, but he kind of said it would be beneficial to, put a little bit more of grass that didn't need to be mowed. So Lara came up with this plan right here, which you can see kind of wraps in more and covers a lot more of the 50-foot buffer area through here, kind of leaving just a usable kind of walking path that would be inside the 50-foot buffer for areas that could be maintained a little bit closer than the rest of it. I think and from here, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I think Lara could answer any questions that have to do with, any of the mitigation plantings or landscaping.
Thank you. I don't have any questions off the bat. Tom, do you have any comments or questions based on this new?
I'd say this is a real improvement. Laura, what sort of grass are you going to put in?
This zone here is proposed as a lower growing wildflower and grass mix, so it has some variety and diversity to it. and farther towards where the existing driveway is the asphalt to be removed is a taller, more wet tolerant, salt tolerant.
So in the 50-foot buffer is what I'm mostly concerned about.
Yep, so this is a seed mix that has wildflower and grass mixed into it, and I could provide the full list, but it did have what was in there? Penstemon, some milkweed, some black-eyed Susan. So a variety of material, not just one single seed mix or seed type, I should say.
Sounds good.
And then as Kevin mentioned, this would be the mown area, the lighter green graphic, just to get some function out of the use areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, any questions or comments?
The only comment I've got is now that you have this area, which is an unmown area, why does the pool fencing continue to go through it?
This previously we had pushed towards what was the edge of meadow and lawn definition.
Mhm.
And there weren't any requests at the time to revise that. So I think that's as it remains. I don't know if Kevin, if you have any.
So I
feedback.
guess, Steve, I would answer you that it's also at the kind of same elevation going across back that way. As you can see right here, we're building up the grade all the way through here to make sure we can kind of make the driveway work coming off the Black Horse and keeping
And
the
it's quite
walkout
sloped.
without changing. So go ahead.
I'm just a little concerned about if you've got this area which is enclosed, that there'll be the tendency to mow it. So basically you end up with lawn again.
So I think with the different types of grass, I think that, again, they don't have any intentions of doing that, but I think that if you put a fence so tight up to this area here, you'd have
It's
a
very
fence
sharp,
going
it's
up
very steep, yes.
a pretty steep slope here.
Okay,
So I think that's, staying at that lower elevation was kind of, would be ideal.
that's fine.
Anything else, Steve?
No, that's it. I mean, I like the layout there.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's something we've raised on other, projects before, where the fencing is kind of encompassing parts of either existing marsh or proposed mitigation planting. So but I see the slope as well. Kathy, any questions or comments here?
Yes, one question, please. The last time we were on the meeting with you, you said that you were removing 3,000 square feet of impervious material, and you were doing mitigation of 2 to 1, and there was going to be 8,200 square feet. I was just wondering if these numbers were pretty much still the same.
Nothing else has changed what we proposed the last time. I think with Lara's new kind of encroachment on, additional grass, it's another 2,000 square feet, give or take, of, seed mix B. So it's, all we would do, again, I think we're past the 2 to 1 mitigation that we would need for that, because I think from the proposed to the existing, we were increasing it by 1,800 square feet. So 2 to 1 would put us around 3,600 square feet where, again, all we did were kind of, made the ratio even a little bit better by doing it this way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Sanji, any questions? Comments?
No, I think Steve got the question I had too.
Which was what? Sorry.
The fence placement.
Okay. And you're okay with the fence placement?
Yes.
All right. What do you have for us, Charlotte? Any comments or questions here?
None that come to mind other than what Kevin summarized, and we do have a DEP file number now. There are two variances for this project. One would be for the work in the 50-foot buffer, as shown on the plans and the landscape plan. And then also under our section 40 of our regs for riverfront area redevelopment and riverfront, we normally do not allow greater than 1,000 square feet of a resource area unless you get a variance. So those are the two variances here. Kevin, I do not think you were requesting any waivers of stormwater standards, especially 2 and 3. I think your numbers are still lesser than pre-existing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So we handled all the stormwater in the front yard, and
Yep.
again, by eliminating all that asphalt
Mhm.
that's back there, we were able to
Yeah.
reduce the flow going towards that area.
So I think those are the only comments of, just seeing how the commission thought about the additional plantings and the orientation of the planting plan, and providing that full stormwater report, which we confirmed it's lesser, the post-condition constructions are lesser than pre-construction in terms of runoff rate and volume for the stormwater standards. And then, yeah, I do have some conditions if commissioners want to close the hearing and issue a decision. But yeah, those are really my only comments.
Okay. Let's take a look at your conditions, your proposed conditions.
Okay. I have a lot of them tonight. Some of these may look familiar, but before I get started, it sounds like commissioners, it doesn't sound like you had any additional revisions or comments on the revised planting plan. Is that correct?
No,
Seeing some, oh, sorry, Tom, was that a yes?
no.
No more comments? Okay. Great. So taking that out. So I'll try to be quick with this. These would be for the order of conditions and the stormwater permit, just to keep the permits consistent. So that's why the language here varies. So the order permit is contingent upon the applicant obtaining all other state and local permits from local boards and permitting authorities. No site construction work shall occur until all other applicable permits and approvals have been obtained, such as not limited to zoning, planning, sewer, building. And then the changes to any other, from any other reviews and permitting authority shall be submitted to the commission in writing. No revised site work or changes are allowed to begin until the commission reviews the subsequent changes to the plan. Since we have a pool, you'll see these conditions are pretty similar to earlier than this evening. Any pool drainage shall be confined to a truck, should not be drained onto any land that would drain into the wetland or buffer zone. I can change that to zones. Applicant shall communicate and review any offsite drainage locations with surrounding abutters to ensure no adverse drainage impacts occur to abutting properties, and then the pool shall never be drained entirely, only be lowered as appropriate to prevent spillover. We have a condition in our order of conditions, which I'll change for the stormwater as well, that the pool water shall only be drained in accordance with our best management practices that are outlined in the order of conditions and will be attached with the stormwater permit. The mitigation planting work shall be done by hand with no heavy machinery in the 50-foot buffer zone. And Lara, after I'm done reading, you can weigh in on that. All plantings shall be planted randomly as much as possible to mimic natural conditions. No mulch or fill is allowed within the restoration areas except as necessary to install any larger plantings. The area as shown in the plans is to be installed to naturally vegetated conditions. And then these are pretty standard inspections at pre-construction, pre-stormwater installation with inspection with the engineer, pre-pool installation after blasting, and pre-landscaping mitigation. Planting inspection. We like to meet with landscaping and restoration contractors before they start the work, especially if they want to review any changes, and then final site inspection.
Charlotte, can I just weigh in real quick?
Yeah.
The work with machinery inside the 50-foot buffer is purely for the plantings, because they are going to have to
Yes.
remove that
Yes.
driveway that's there. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that it
Yep.
was
Nope.
not all
Yeah.
encompassing. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. So like we understand that sometimes heavy construction is needed with the 50. We are very particular. So I assumed that obviously you would need an excavator to rip out the existing driveway,
Correct.
Yeah. So this is really just for the planting work. By the time you finish all the heavy house construction work, we really don't want to
Gotcha.
continue to see machinery in the 50-foot buffer and close to the resource areas if we don't have to.
Okay.
Sometimes that's not always possible. It depends on the plantings, but I think, Lara, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but normally we'd like to see this work done by hand as much as possible. So nothing with like really heavy machinery.
Right, I think that makes sense. The largest material is right on the street edge as well, so I think
Yeah.
logistically that should be acceptable to
Okay.
the contractor.
Great.
Um,
Yeah, and these conditions are pretty similar to our mitigation stuff and not obviously creating a giant mulch bed and trying to create naturally vegetated conditions where the plantings are all spread out and they kind of mimic nature as much as possible. We obviously understand you need a little bit of obviously loam and maybe some mulch for the larger plantings, but we just don't want to see a giant mulch bed, you know?
do we need to specify that the proposed mitigation plantings be maintained as natural and not mowed, especially in that, since that's in the fenced area now?
If you wanted to add another condition about that. Sorry, did you have language for that?
Oh, geez.
Sorry. So
Chris?
the mitigation areas?
Yeah, so proposed mitigation planting will be maintained as a natural and mowed only, I don't know, what,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Chris, we should, if it's going to be a meadow, we should allow for at least an annual mowing, otherwise there's gonna
Right.
be bittersweet all over that thing and maybe even Phragmites.
correct, yeah, I would say, and I don't know if there's, yeah,
A November mowing, a late October, and early.
you know,
early
you're gonna
November.
have this planting done by the team here, and then you're gonna have probably some landscaper that may not be aware of it, and so I don't know if it's appropriate, if there's any way to delineate either with plants or something else, but we just
Well,
want to make sure.
What we've done at other properties on Black Horse Lane was have conservation markers posted on the edges of the 50-foot buffer. So that
Yeah.
no one forgets that this is a conservation area.
Yes.
Charlotte, you recall that? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah,
But if it's going to remain a meadow, it needs to be mowed at least once a year. Otherwise, you're going to get
Yeah.
invasives there. There's no canopy to protect it, so.
Whatever, the landscape folks think is appropriate for the plantings that are scheduled, in terms of mowing schedule, but yeah, we just don't want to see it turn into a normal monoculture lawn after 3 years.
yeah. I'm trying to find a way to word this because I think there's a million different ways you can go with it. And then as we have discussed, the fencing is going through a portion of that mitigation area. So maybe the area outside the fence, this is possible, but I don't know about the area inside the fence.
Why not?
I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
Well, they'll obviously be
That
able
was-
to
that was
mow
good
the
back to
area
Steve's
inside the
question.
fence to put the lawn area.
Anything inside the fence, if you do mow, is like Chris says, it's gonna end up lawn. That would be its fate.
Okay. I don't know what you guys want, so I'm just typing.
Want what?
I don't know what, how you guys are envisioning this condition, so I'm kind of just typing. I don't know if anybody has additional conditions, but Tom, you mentioned something about. I mean, yeah, I don't know where we want these installed. Do you want them at the limit of the mitigation areas?
I would say that you should look at what we did. It's about 3 houses away.
Yeah, that was installed at the edge of the 50 because that was where the work ended.
Right. So this should clearly mark the edge of the 50. I don't know how closely we spaced them over there, but there shouldn't be any ambiguity of where that 50-foot buffer starts in the homeowner's mind or the landscapers.
So I guess I'm thinking with our patio on the walkout elevation, with it being kind of, we shaped everything around that 50-foot buffer. So I just didn't know the spacing of it, or if it could be more around where we've added addition. Because again, right now it's all lawn area, right? It's just natural, typical lawn area. So I just didn't know if we could do something, a little bit different with the idea that, again, if you put posts up, not to say this happens, but if a post is right next to a patio, I don't know how long that post is going to stay there for either. In reality,
Well, the alternative is to put like shrubs along that line.
I wonder if we could do some sort of, again, a delineation with where that, because again, it was an area that we've
Kevin,
tried to make
sorry to
work.
interrupt. Could you pull the site plan back up? I think
Sure.
that would help.
Yeah, that'd be great.
This-
I was hoping, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was
No,
hoping
thank
that-
you. Sorry. Unlike one of the other properties on Black Horse Lane where the delineation for the limit of work was very clear and to not go in
Right.
the 50, this is a little different.
Well, that's kind of
Well,
what I was hoping. 'Cause
It
I
is
just,
and it isn't, you know?
I didn't think that I'm zooming a little bit here for you. So this red line right here is the 50-foot buffer. As you can see, we've kind of made sure we kept all the structures out of it. But I just can't, I guess I can't foresee a post going through here.
So
in
why
this
not
area
why
here.
not the edge of the area that has been laid out for meadow?
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. If we could do something like that, I think they'd be more willing to work with something along those lines than to
Yeah,
have it right against the edges.
definitely more workable.
Or the fence. I mean, either shrubs along that edge, or just put the fence along that edge. And I know that, they probably prefer the, some natural.
My feeling about it is just preserve that area that has been set aside for a meadow, and so it seems like the edge of the meadow would be the appropriate place to put these markers.
Okay. I think I can make this general enough where maybe this is something I can work with the homeowner and the professionals on. Let me think.
Yeah.
I know, I get what you're saying too, because I'd almost want to have them be consulted with the idea that if the commission was okay with some sort of physical planting barrier on that line that would kind of separate the grass area from the meadow area, it might be something. Again, it would be more of an aesthetic thing for them if the commission was okay along those lines, with the idea that it would be protected by that divider.
Yes.
Or they could say that they're okay with posts, and that would be what it is.
Well, there don't have to be very many of them.
Yeah,
Just-
I mean,
Kevin, I can
a
definitely
line of-
send your team some examples of our conservation markers. They usually really low cedar posts with a small circular sign. So they are not like invisible, but they're definitely not like in
They're
your
not
face.
3 feet above grade or anything like that.
Correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm gonna write.
Orange.
Sorry, I'm gonna pull this back up just to try and.
Yeah, let me get off the share.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's all right. I can take over. No worries.
Cans and cones. No, I like. I mean, I even prefer like a natural delineation
Yeah.
with shrubs or
So-
something.
So that we'll come
Okay.
back to the mowing condition, but yeah, I wrote a combination of native shrubs and or conservation markers shall be installed at the limit of the meadow and mitigation areas on the site, set at appropriate distances and with suitable materials, and shall be approved by the conservation agent to delineate the protection of these areas after project completion.
Good. I think.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? So like, yeah, some places, maybe the markers are more appropriate. Maybe you use the shrubs instead. Something, I think we'd want to see a combination. So I might write and, just because I think I'd want to see at least one marker in the ground. But yeah, I think within the
that-
fenced area, maybe you do more shrubs.
That works. I thought if we
Yeah.
had a little bit more flexibility, it would give the
Yeah,
homeowners
I
some
think
choices.
if the commission's comfortable, it sounds like I was seeing some nodding heads. I think this is something that I'm happy to work with you and the applicant on, and obviously with Lara. And then coming back to the mowing question, this one's a little, again, I don't know.
think it's.
if
I
this-
think there's a BMP you can refer to here, like a maintenance of a meadow, like for mowing frequency.
Okay,
Probably a DEP one even. Can you look it up?
I don't want to call an individual department out, so I can just write the state. Because sometimes it's CZM, sometimes it's DEP, sometimes it's other offices. Would you want to be like for mitigation or mitigated or restored areas? I don't even know if that, Chris, have you seen that guidance before? I just don't want to make up something.
Hold on, pulling it up.
There's definitely a lot of resources out
yeah,
there. I'm just trying to
there's
think if there's a specific guide.
Interagency pollinator meadow and garden BMP is something that you might list, or you could say that as an example, or other. You know, you can leave it somewhat vague, but just refer to, you know,
Well, what you don't want to do is mow in spring and summer. You want to do your mowing at the end of the, well after the growing season, so that all those plants that have produced seeds, they're dried, they get scattered by the mowing. It takes the tops of the Norway maples off and the little oaks that are going to be growing there, and spreads the seeds. And so November's really,
don't leave, just meadows and grasslands management BMPs to be specified with the agent after. I'm fine with something like that. And you can do a little research and talk to the folks at Turkey Hill.
yeah. Good idea.
Hold on, that's repetitive. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a way to be general with this.
There is a state interagency pollinator meadow and garden BMP as Chris pointed out.
Sorry, do we want to specifically call that out, I guess is my question, or do you want to keep this general? Does this part set forth in current and recommended meadows and grasslands best management practices and guidelines to be discussed with and determined and approved by the conservation agent prior to the issuance of a COC? So basically find whatever guidance we need, determine that, and then bring that with a COC request.
Right.
And Chris and Steve, you might be looking at something I'm not familiar with. So if you want to send that to me in advance, maybe that's something I can send to the applicant ahead of time, and we have plenty of time to look at that. But I did add the minimal mowing only after the growing season, late fall, and is set forth in the current recommendations.
Okay. You should have the link, Sean.
You want the link?
No, I sent you the link.
Oh, hold on. I gotta stop sharing, sorry. Okay, well, if we just want this, I mean, I think I'm happy to just put it in. Let me reshare. I admit I have not read this policy, so Kevin or Lara, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this and this is something you're comfortable with.
Can't say off the top of my head that I have read it without diving into it just yet.
So it specifies appropriate times for cutting, mowing to be, as Tom said, typically before May and after August, mid-August.
So do you want me to take this part out, Tom, and just reference the guidance that Steve sent?
Let's keep it
Okay.
simple.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, at least in the mowing after the growing season is pretty common for restoration areas. So I may not know this exact guidance, but I am familiar with, like, you typically, in order to not affect pollinator habitat, you typically mow later in the fall so that you don't disturb that. So. Okay. And then everyone was okay with this condition. Any other conditions? Any other revisions? You guys have seen these before, obviously, but anybody have anything else? Nope. Okay.
No, thank you. Anyone have, no one has anything else? I will make a motion. Anyone?
I'll second.
Oh, sorry. Can you say
I'll
the
make the
full?
full motion
Yep.
first. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for notice of intent 25-28 at 66 Black Horse Lane and issue an order of conditions with our standard special conditions and the conditions previously shown read into the record by our conservation agent. Do I have a second? Sanji?
I second. Sorry.
Thank you.
Not
All
fast
right,
enough on me.
with this motion a second, I will take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Agell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. And I need a we have a stormwater permit here too, right? Yes.
Yep, you need
I
a
make a
stormwater
motion-
permit and 2 variances.
Yeah, I make a motion to close the public hearing for stormwater permit 25-13 at 66 Black Horse Lane and issue a stormwater permit with our standard special conditions and the conditions previously shown on the screen read into the record by our conservation agent. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Agell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. And I will make I make a motion to issue a variance for notice of intent 25-25 at, oops, that's wrong. What about that? I make a motion to issue a variance for notice of intent 25-28 at 66 Black Horse Lane for work within the 200-foot riverfront area, the Gulf River and the 50-foot buffer zone of the salt marsh to complete the work as shown on the approved plan with the required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Agell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. And lastly, I make a motion to issue a variance for notice of intent 25-28 at 66 Black Horse Lane for greater than 1,000 square feet alteration of the 200-foot riverfront area to the Gulf River to complete the work as shown on the approved plans with the required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. And a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Agell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you,
Okay.
Laura.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, everyone.
So-
Have a good night.
Welcome.
Yes,
Good
have a
night.
nice-
Public hearing is closed. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay. Does anyone need to,
Yes, I think need
Take a
about a
5
2-minute
minutes.
break. It's like,
thank you. 5 minutes, sound good, Charlotte?
Yeah, so return at 8:55, just so the public's aware.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Tom and Sanji, are you guys good to go?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, Tom, how about you?
You got lost in that dark house.
Probably. Tom, if you can hear us, we are back and ready to go if you can join us. You want to give him a minute, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, if you can hear us, we're back and ready to start the next hearing. I don't know where he went.
Well, this is a continuation. He was there, right? So
Yeah.
I'll just get it
Okay.
rolling. He can
Okay.
join us. All right. So next up we have continued hearing NOI 25-25 for 45 Joy Place to construct 165-foot stone wall and a 121-foot dock and pier with 30-foot ramp and float within the resource areas and buffer zones submitted by Astley. Like I said, this is continued. Do you have anyone to promote here?
Yep. So we have Andrew Astley, the applicant, and hi, Paul, can you introduce yourself for the record? And you're welcome to share your screen too.
Yep. Paul Seberg from Grady Consulting.
Thank you. Oh, and Tom just rejoined us, so just in time, Tom.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Andrew Astley, the applicant from 45 Joy Place. Thank you.
Hi, Andrew.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
So at the last hearing, if the commission recalls, we presented this project to the commission. This project consists of both a dock project and also a seawall project. During the last hearing, we decided to withdraw the seawall portion of the project. And the commission had requested that we just submit a revised plan showing just the dock, which we have done. And with that said, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions the commission may have.
Thank
Well,
you.
could you also mention the change in the
Oh,
length of the dock,
yes.
please?
Also, we did decrease the length in the dock by approximately 12 feet as well on the Little Harbor side.
Okay. Thank you. I reviewed the recording for this. It seems like most of the conversation was surrounding the wall. And did we get a DEP letter or any input on the dock and pier? Charlotte, I didn't see in the file.
I do not believe that we received any comments from DEP other than their standard comment about the structure most likely requiring Chapter 91 licensing. Paul, I don't know if this one would have required a 404 based on its length.
It won't require a 404, no.
Okay, thank you. And DMF provided some commentary, I think, on the height width ratio of the dock with the recommended 1.5 to 1 height width ratio.
And this meets that, correct?
And Paul, I think the last comment from DMF, and we can talk about this, is the seasonal recommendation. They usually want these structures to be constructed in the winter to early spring to minimize damage to vegetation while the vegetation is dormant.
Yeah, I would like to request the commission to consider extending that. I think we've demonstrated on past projects. I think 140 Border Street. I can actually pull up a picture of that dock.
Okay.
This dock here was constructed. It's going to be constructed the same way, same materials, or similar materials. I'm not sure about the decking and the railings just yet. But as you can see, this dock was constructed in late spring, early summer, and as you can see, the salt marsh looks fantastic here. Doesn't show any really signs of any sort of impact. So
It's not so much the materials that we get concerned with, is the construction methods that tend to cause the
salt
damage.
marsh. Right. Yep.
So is the same contractor proposed for this?
Yes.
I know
Well,
Andrew's been in
sorry.
contact with him, but it hasn't been decided yet.
We have decided to go with the same contractor as Border Street.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
sorry, Andrew, I didn't mean to speak for you, but I think I have a missed call from Keith, so
Yeah,
he
so I've
was
spoken
asking
with
about
Keith
this property.
I've spoken with Keith extensively about this project.
Okay. So yeah, for the commission's reference, you guys may be familiar, he utilizes a method to put down thin wooden plywood boards to walk across the marsh, only to install the pilings. So once the pilings are driven in, and they can pretty much take that work off the marsh almost entirely and just build from the piling structure out. And he does remove the plywood boards at the end of each day as part of his construction methodology, and then does not store any equipment or anything in the marsh. Any pile driving is done with vibration hammer, so not jetting or any other method. Do not use a barge either, because that's more complicated, especially in Little Harbor. Yeah, so once they drive the pilings in, they can pretty much pull out of the marsh and work from the landward side in.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry, what is, I see that this is sitting on piers. Is that what the float sits on?
Float stops? Yes.
The float will have
Yeah.
float stops, correct? Yep, to keep it from grounding.
Good. I don't have any other comments then. Do any other commissioners have questions or comments here?
Mr. Seaberg, I didn't quite catch why you can't do this in late fall or into early spring.
It's not the matter that we can't do it, Tom. I think it's that we've proven the contractor can do it successfully without damaging the salt marsh in a late fall, early summer timeframe. And that's actually when the permits are going to really line up for when he can actually construct this. So we were hoping to actually build it probably more so late spring and early summer.
That's the beginning of the growing season. That seems like a.
Right. I'm just referring to his construction methods that he's proven that it won't impact the salt marsh, as you can see from this photo when this dock was constructed.
Tom, if I
And
may,
you actually
I think
yeah.
the key issue that that Charlotte clarified is he brings out the plywood on a daily basis. So he only works on the area that where they're installing the piers, and then he brings the plywood off of the marsh at the end of each working day. So it's not a project that is in the marsh for a lengthy period of time. It's each day is set up for that day's work and then removed.
How many
Right.
days?
And
How
Tom,
many
we
days are
actually,
we talking about here?
I think this probably took about, I don't know, Charlotte, you might have a good idea with your conversations with Keith, but I think it took about a month or so to build this.
He did take about a month. Yeah, we the engineer comes out and surveys the dock center line. And then I come out and inspect that with the contractor. And then after that, it took him a little over a month to finish things up.
And Tom, I don't know if you recall that during the meeting at that project, we had the same discussion about the time of year restriction that was actually waived for that project, similar to our request for this one.
No, I don't recall.
Yep.
Why don't we say that as soon as you get the permits, you start work?
That sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte, you've seen this methodology, used. What's your opinion?
I would say over foot traffic, because I've seen the exact opposite on Stanton Road that resulted in a lot of foot traffic and damage to the marsh. I think he knows to take the plywood boards out. You definitely cannot leave anything in a marsh because it's considered fill, but if he works very quickly and takes them out very quickly, I've definitely seen a difference on the site between using just regular foot traffic during low tide versus displacing the weight with wooden boards. We've also seen similar construction methodology proposed for like utility improvement projects, like the one for the sewer treatment plant to line the sewer, underground lines. They used a similar method with different boards, but same type of setup. I can't speak to the sediment underneath the marsh, but at least every time I've inspected by using this method, upon final inspection, I do not see any evident damage to the marsh.
So I think I asked the wrong question. How long is it going to take to the plywood only gets put down when they're putting in the posts, and how long does that take?
I'm not exactly sure of the timing, Tom, but I know once
I'm actually asking.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think it probably takes them to do the post itself. I'd say probably a week or so. I'd say is a good approximate.
No.
I don't know the
Okay,
exact number.
So
Yeah.
approximately there's going to be plywood on the marsh during the day for about a week. Is that
right? And only during the day when he's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Then it's
consecutively.
removed. Yeah.
And only in the areas where he's working, Tom, not the
Right.
entire
Right.
length. It's only in each section.
Yeah. Okay.
And that'll be inspected. That's when your scheduled inspections would occur during that time, and you could.
Yes. I've
Make
now
an
added an
observation.
additional inspection, and I think we did do this for 140 Border Street, where I come out after the pilings have been all driven. So before they finish the construction of the dock, I'll come out to look at the piling locations and everything.
I would just condition it that if, there's any changes and there is damage occurring due to the work, that we would stop, right? Yeah.
Okay.
You can get acceptable.
Yeah. Actually, we have a recent condition for this. I don't know if it was in 140 Border Street, but for recent dock projects, we have some conditions about damaged or temporarily disturbed areas shall be restored as needed to pre-existing conditions as determined by me.
Okay. Tom, any other questions or comments?
No.
Steve? Any questions or comments? Steve's muted. Did you say something, Steve?
He did, but he's muted.
Sorry about that. I'm fine. Sorry about that.
All right. Kathy, any questions or comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Sanji?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like there's a question in the Q&A section, Charlotte, unless you want to.
Yes, I can read it because he specified his name and address. So there looks to be a coastal bank where Upland meets Salt Marsh, Brian Nelson, 40 Joy Place, including slope above DEP guidance. And Brian had also submitted a previous letter, I'm sorry, a letter for this comment that was given to the commission and the engineer.
And was that verified by the engineer, or what's the answer?
Yeah,
to
Paul,
that?
can you address that since you did not provide a written response to the letter that was previously submitted?
Yeah, I think we did touch upon this at the last hearing as well. But when you're evaluating the coastal bank, we look at the entire topography around the whole landform and area surrounding it. And there's no slopes greater than 10-1, with the exception of where that small area of riprap was placed, which is just a minimal elevation change, which we wouldn't consider constituting a coastal bank.
So when you went out to the site, did you obviously are using the 92-1 policy, and I guess you did not see a greater than 10-1 or a greater than 4-1 slope between the marsh and the floodplain?
Exactly, with the exception of where that riprap stones were just placed on the edge of the lawn there.
So the stones themselves are not considered coastal bank or the top of coastal bank?
Not given the minimal, just 1 foot change in elevation right there. In our opinion, no.
Mr. Chair, there's a follow-up comment. If that is the bank, it's more than 1 foot from the site. It is more than 1 foot from the site plan.
Does the commenter care to just jump? You want to just give him the mic?
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Seaberg,
Mr.
can you
Nelson?
point out this spot on the plan?
Yes, it's this area of the riprap stones that were placed along the edge of the lawn there in the salt marsh.
Oh, it's the whole length of the salt marsh, is that right?
It's just in this location right here.
Yeah, well, the whole length.
Not over here, just where those riprap stones were placed.
Okay, and
you can't consider, well, you don't necessarily consider a small change in elevation like that as a coastal bank. It doesn't serve any sort of major vertical buffer. In our opinion, it wouldn't be a coastal bank. It wasn't determined to be coastal bank on the cemetery property as well.
But the definition is based on slope. And so, Paul, your letter from last week said the slope was 1-1, which is significantly greater than 10-1. And Charlotte, if you actually look at if you can zoom in on the site plan, you can see the elevation change. I think just to the right of the stairs, it's 5.6 down to 4.4. And so again, it's above a 10-1 slope. And those elevations markings are taken further back from the riprap and then further away from the toe of the riprap. So the distance, the run, is even smaller. And so in terms of slope, it exceeds the DEP guidance there per the site plan and per the applicant's rebuttal letter. And to say that wouldn't be a coastal bank is very surprising, because the riprap that was placed there was to solidify the bank itself. And so I think it would meet the definition of 92-1, which has implications for DEP and this committee.
I mean,
hey, Charlotte,
our wetlands,
who was speaking just now? I'm sorry, I I wasn't sure who
Oh,
was speaking.
sorry, Sanji. So Brian Nelson of 40 Joy Place had posted some comments in the chat, and the chair just asked to promote him to speak so that he could talk through his question.
Oh, sorry, I missed that in the chat. I
Sorry.
missed the joke. Okay, thank you.
So again, given where the dotted lines are there, given the, and in my letter also, there's pictures, the applicants put in pictures, and so you can actually see the elevation. They're from further back, but their own pictures show that elevated landform right at the edge of the coastal bank. And by 3 different metrics, including all of which are from the applicant, the slope is greater than 10-1.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
so
So the point I was trying to make here is that the elevation changes is 1 foot over the placement of that stone that was there. And you have to look at the entire landform surrounding that area, just not a subtle change in slope or elevation there. In our opinion, it wouldn't constitute a coastal bank. Our wetland delineator didn't indicate a coastal bank in this area. So we feel as though it's not a coastal bank.
The wetland indicator didn't address the coastal bank. They also identified the location of the house in the floodplain. And so we've got the map there, and you can see the elevation across that entire thing. There's also the pictures. You can see that the elevation, or excuse me, the slope of the entire riprap is far in excess of 1-to-1, again, built up against the bank. And so I think, and my point to the committee is if this committee finds that there is a coastal bank, or they're asking for the applicant to go back and review that, then that would have implications for determining whether finding another resource is important to both this committee and DEP. I've got a separate comment, but I don't want to change the topic if there's other comments from Paul or the commission.
Failing to grasp how we would judge this differently if this were a coastal bank with this pier and this dock.
So
yeah, I said, sorry, go ahead, Charlotte.
No, I was going to say, so I guess, Mr. Chair, the coastal bank, the top of a coastal bank is delineated by Massachusetts policy 92-1. There's 7 figures that, because coastal banks can all look different, that are utilized to determine that. And so Paul and his team, as Paul's explaining, they're utilizing that policy. They do not think it's a slope that is triggering the policy. Paul, I'm not sure if you're able to pull up the policy. I can pull it up. It just might take me a little bit to really understand the accuracy of the delineation here. So I guess if the commission would have to decide whether or not there is a coastal bank, and if they want more information on it. If they do, it could potentially have any implications for the bank, unless Paul can discuss that. If we were to argue there is a coastal bank, what impacts there would be with the dock, if any. So I guess that's question 1. Does the commission agree with the applicant and their professional assessment of the delineation of the area to confirm there's no coastal bank? Do you want more information? Yeah, that's the first question. And then whether or not, if you want to assume a coastal bank along the limit of that wall, what implications does that have for the dock? Or sorry, what implications does the dock have for that?
I think that's the question is if there is a coastal bank there, what are the consequences here?
Yeah, and I think then I'm sorry, Tom, I don't know if that was for me to answer or if that was to Charlotte. I don't want to cut anyone off.
Charlotte?
Sorry. So I guess
what are the regulatory consequences, or how should we view, what lens should we use?
I think from
a regulatory standpoint, if there is a coastal bank here.
Yeah. So assuming what Mr. Nelson said, where the coastal bank is, the top of coastal bank is delineated by that stone wall section between the marsh and the upward land. I think we would need to just need to zoom in, and commissioners, let me know if you disagree, but I would want to zoom in just to see where those pilings are going. If they are going directly in a supposed coastal bank, that would have implications.
It's riprap.
Right? I'm sorry. Yeah, the riprap. I'm sorry. So I guess I don't. Do you see a set of pilings? It's hard to see.
So
Sorry.
Charlotte, the pilings are on either side of the
Yeah.
of this area.
So,
And we're not changing the topography, we're not changing anything.
right,
This is an
you're not
elevated
changing grade.
platform that would
You're
go
not taking
over
anything out.
that.
Yeah.
So,
My
So I
yeah,
guess-
concern with,
no
I
impact.
think our concern with Coastal Bank is when it's natural, you know,
Mhm.
when it's like a sedimentation type deal or
Yes.
glacial deposit type situation where it, you know, where if you're building into it, it's gonna, have a significant impact on the integrity of the slope.
Correct.
And this
Yeah.
is
So
not-
the
I
dock
don't
would have
see
to be
that being relevant here.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say sorry, Chris, I was gonna say the construction of the wall, I'm sorry, of the pier, if it was within or near a coastal bank, we need to see if the proposed dock had any implications for the functions of the coastal bank, which is obviously sediment protection, flood control, mitigation, wave action, dissipation, things like that.
And also this.
So they're passing over it
Right.
without actually driving any piles into it, even if, whether it's the coastal bank or whether it isn't. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the specific would be CMR 1036 is referenced in the letter. And so when DEP does, or when we do identify a coastal bank, there's a significantly higher bar for the adverse impacts. And so that's what I addressed in my letter. And so you'd have impacts even if you're not driving pilings directly into the coastal bank. If it's a foot from the toe and a foot from the top of the bank, you're still generating instability in the bank.
Can I request that we ask Brian to hold his comments until he's asked for comments instead of having him have an open mic to interject in this commentary the whole time? If he has comments, then can you please request for him to have comments on a subject and not have him just jump in anytime he wants, please?
Yeah, so, Mr. Nelson, if you would, wait until you're called on. Thanks. So let's just kind of flush this coastal bank situation out. Again, I'm going to reiterate that based on my interpretation of what the point of protecting the coastal bank is not, well, it is defined by the slope. This is a structure of which is, installed riprap. I don't think that's the intent, and I don't think that this structure is gonna impact the riprap slope. That's my opinion, and if other commissioners feel differently, please voice your opinion, but that's my 2 cents.
I agree with you, Chris.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, do you have another comment or question? Something.
Yes. Do you want to? So on the coastal bank, or I do have a separate topic. Do you want to?
Yes, let's your second topic. Your second topic, please.
Got it. It's the second of 3 topics, and so the second one is specifically around the site plan. And so if you can see where they've drawn the boundary lines on the right there, they've taken a dotted line that goes from the yeah, thank you, Charlotte. That takes a much wider angle. And so, Charlotte, I don't know if the commission's seen the letter, but there's a picture there.
Oh,
But
sorry,
what-
Brian, this is Paul's screen, just to clarify, so I don't know.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Paul, I don't know if you want to pull up the letter. I know you got it Monday. But you can see that there's a very, very big difference between the town assessor's map and this survey method. And so what it looks like they've done is they've taken, you can, when you're surveying land boundaries, there's a few different methods you can use. And so what we talked about very briefly last time was this colonial method, or this angular bisection method, which gives them a lot more frontage than they should have. And so if you look at the property line, you can see it takes a very wide angle. So far, in fact, that it's actually cutting across the cemetery's retaining wall, a grave site, the seawall, and out into marsh that would be property of the cemetery. And so the cemetery was surveyed in 2019, and so they put the graves back there. And so I think it's very difficult for the commission to trust the survey when it contradicts where there is clearly development from a recent survey, including a grave site. So I'd ask that the commission ask the applicant to do a peer review to get a better sense for the boundaries.
Does the commission want me to comment on that at all? We discussed this at the last hearing as well.
Yes.
So, I mean, again, our plan has been reviewed and stamped by a professional land surveyor, and the boundaries we determined we feel as though they are accurate. The plan that was done on the adjacent property at the cemetery was not stamped by a professional land surveyor. And we feel as though there might be a slight encroachment on this area located here. And again, the division line doesn't really have any relevance to the project, in my opinion, in this area right here.
Any other commissioners have
Yeah,
a
so
response on that?
if, again, let's, playing the devil's advocate, how does it move that line and does it impact the position of the dock in terms of the setback for it from the property lines?
Yeah, I was gonna make the same comment, Tom. If you look at it, even if you would move the angle out to the edge of
Wait a
the.
minute.
What?
I'm asking Mr. Oh, sorry, you're Steve, right?
I'm Steve, yes,
Okay.
have been all the time.
All right. Okay, sorry.
If you move the corner right out to the corner of the cemetery, this certainly would still be more than enough setback at the point of the gangway there in the dock.
That's correct. We'd still have a 25-foot setback to the property line there.
So it's.
We've already looked at that,
This
yeah.
is of no consequence then.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay, any other commissioners have anything to say on that point? No. Then what's your third, Mr. Nelson, your third point?
Right, yeah, I would disagree with the setback lines. If you were to move that to the other area, it would fail US Army 25-foot setbacks from the structure. It would also fail zoning setbacks at 20 foot from side set. And so to claim that without showing is tricky. So my third and final comment, and I think there's also some other abutters, and Charlotte, I'm not sure if there were other letters there, is specifically about the local rule on 1B3. And so I'm going to read just a portion of that. But in terms of protected interests and aesthetics, those natural and natively scenic impressions of shores, ponds, streams, rivers, lands bordering them, and to ensure their preservation and perception of the land. And so I want to address aesthetics very directly here. So this looks to be one of the largest docks that's since been that will possibly be put on Little Harbor. There's definitely one that's larger. When I look at Google Earth and try to get a sense for it, it's maybe the second or now the third largest dock here, right? And so this is understanding exactly what they're proposing is 170 feet between the stairs, the pier, the ramp, the dock in the salt marsh, the tidal flats. And so the scale and impact of this dock far exceeds the overwhelming majority of other docks in Little Harbor. And so while this commission has certainly approved other docks in the past, this one is different for both the scale and its location. And so I think maybe it's Paul showing, but Joy, please, you can actually see that this is where this dock goes from the house diagonal into the salt marsh is actually one of the few undeveloped frontages on Little Harbor. That's town-owned land to the left. And so whereas, 85–90% of Little Harbor frontage is developed, a lot of it's blocked with large houses, fences, hedgerows. This is a very unique viewing opportunity for Little Harbor, for the residents and any passersby. And so being so visible from the public roadway, I think the aesthetic concern, given the scale, is super important. And so that's visible from both the roadway. Paul, if you could go back, it's also visible from the cemetery. So you can see that walking path from the cemetery. And so while you still have good views from Little Harbor, all of that marsh view is now obstructed with a dock that goes up, I think, almost 12 feet high from the marsh. And so the last piece is from Jerusalem Road, the Cohasset Conservation Trust, and I'm not sure if there's anyone representing them on the call today, has a scenic overlook that looks out over that town-owned land marsh, again, because it's special. And so you've got what is a very unique viewing point on Little Harbor. And so whereas other docks, maybe the dock goes up and it goes up and then you can't see it beforehand and you have no idea it's there. This is very different. And so it's important that the commission understands that the size, scale, location, this is very, very different than other docks. And so I just want to let folks know that when they're determining that. And then the last thing I'll say is that where this dock is going is an elevation of 0.2. And so for hours and hours a day, this dock will just be sitting in the mud. And so when you're taking and weighing the benefits, right, the impact to all of these marsh areas, the protection of interests of aesthetics versus what will be a usable dock a few hours a day, I think that should also play in the decision for the commission. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll just briefly mention, since Mr. Nelson also referenced it, we did receive a second letter from another abutter at 16 Joy Place regarding the natural aesthetic concerns and the adverse impacts this project could potentially have. They do reference CCT, the Cohasset Central Cemetery, and the areas used for residents and visitors who frequent Joy Place for the views of Little Harbor. And they also reference the section 1B3 for protection of aesthetics, and also reference some zoning board bylaws. I know that's not for this commission, but I'm not familiar with them. I just wanted to note that that was in the letter.
Charlotte, could you also mention that they are not abutters to our property?
Oh, yes, thank you. So
they're not abutters.
Yes, so it appears to, yeah. So they're the first house outside the notified abutters range. So a member of the public, sorry. We received a letter from a member of the public. Thank you.
Right, and that 2 abutters have sent letters
Yes.
and support. I think it's important to note those as well.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I don't, can you please confirm the addresses for those? I think one was 30 Joy Place, and the other one, I can go back to the
It's
original
the cemetery
submission.
itself.
So the cemetery itself at 25 Joy Place and an abutter at 30 Joy Place have supported the project. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the cemetery itself has supported the project?
Yes, the person that is the overseer of the cemetery wrote a letter.
Well, what was the date? Charlotte, what was the date on that letter?
Mr. Nelson, are you an abutter?
I'm an abutter. Charlotte, do you have that letter from the cemetery? Because the letter you had sent me was specifically about the seawall, not about the dock.
The letter from the cemetery.
Are we going to
was
let Brian continue to interrupt in this conversation just over and over and over again?
Well, he has multiple concerns, and so as an abutter, he does have a voice, and he's raised some good points and well thought out and well spoken. I wouldn't so I have no problem with him speaking.
I'd like to address those points.
Yes, please do.
Okay, because I saw that, and of course, when I see something that says this is the second largest something, I look at it a little bit closely. Well, first of all, I think the aesthetics are subjective. I mean, docks may be presumed to impact, but doesn't mean the impact is harmful. There are many docks out there. It's certainly no more harmful than any of the other docks that are on Little Harbor. The assertion that it's the second largest dock is incorrect. There are at least 5 others that are as long or longer on Little Harbor than this dock. And the viewing point really is irrelevant, because if a dock's aesthetically harmful, it's irrelevant as the word's position on harbor is. Any other dock is going to be seen by the abutters to those other docks. So it really makes not asserting it's negative is going to be a bit of a stretch. And finally, certainly the overlook that's owned by the Conservation Commission is off of Jerusalem Road, and it is over 600 feet from where the dock is going to be. I mean, I go by there a couple of times a week on my bicycle, and it's not, you know, two football fields away is not it's not going to be that impressive as something that's in the viewpoint. And I don't you know, like Paul may have pointed out before, I've got no reason to doubt the findings of the professional engineer or the professional land surveyor. So that's all I want to add.
Thank you. Okay. Kathy, calling you up.
I don't have anything to say.
Sanji.
Sorry. Yeah, I would just make a comment. I appreciate and strongly concur with all the points made by Steve.
Tom, anything else to add?
No.
Yeah. Well, with regard to aesthetic, unfortunately, it's yeah, while it is a value that's listed, it's the dock situation you know, these docks have been allowed since long before any of us have been on the commission. And so for us to start making those calls, it's the cat's out of the bag, unfortunately, on these situations with regard to aesthetics. Now we can look at the other resources and the critical habitats, should there be any. I think the most relevant point Mr. Nelson made is potentially the angle of the property line and where this is going and the setbacks. And you know, that's what I have to say. So if the applicant can speak to that a little bit more specifically, why that, you know, I'm looking at the assessor's map or rather the Mass GIS property line, and it does appear that there's a deviation from what the
Chris, those are notoriously approximate. You can't look at those assessors maps on Mass GIS and use them in any way. In fact, there's a caveat about that. Those all have been pieced together, so all the properties abut each other. So these are
Right.
adjustments that the
Sure, I'm taking it
GIS
with a grain of
technicians
salt.
made. Excuse me, I was talking.
Go ahead.
Those are all adjustments that the GIS technician made so that everything fit together like a nice puzzle. But the survey is based on bearings and lengths, something else entirely. So you just can't use the assessor's maps to determine very much. Certainly not an official way.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. This is the result of an on-the-ground survey.
Okay. All right. Well, does anyone? I don't have anything else then. Does anyone care to make a motion? I'm not. Charlotte, what do you have? Do you have anything to add here?
So I'm just, I don't know if the last comment, which I'll just read for the purpose of moving this forward. The commission, just to confirm, does not wish to review anything with a peer review, or if whether related to the Coastal Bank or previous issues we've addressed. Is that correct? Is the commission satisfied with the information provided tonight?
I am.
I am.
Okay. So I can pull up the conditions. Hold on, give me 1 second. And Paul, it's okay, I can take over your screen.
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm having
Yeah,
difficulties.
no, don't worry. I
with
can take over. Don't worry about it. Too many conditions open. Okay. So these are related to dock projects that, you know, these conditions have definitely evolved over time, given the guideline changes from the state and from reviewing these projects, hate to say frequently. So this order shall be contingent upon all other applicable local, state, and federal permits. Any changes to the approved plans because of those permits shall be submitted to the commission in writing prior to implementation of those changes. During construction, the following shall be implemented. Plywood may be utilized to minimize foot traffic within the marsh for installation of the piles. The plywood shall be removed at the end of each day and shall not remain in the marsh. All staging and storage of construction equipment and material will be located in an upland location off the project site. Excuse me. All work shall be done on the constructed portions of the dock to the maximum extent possible to minimize foot traffic in the marsh. Once piles are installed, staging between the piles shall be installed so that walking on the marsh is not necessary for the remaining construction of the pier. Any damaged and temporarily disturbed areas shall be restored as needed to pre-existing conditions as determined by the conservation agent. After project completion, the following shall be implemented and shall be ongoing conditions for the property with and after the issuance of a certificate of compliance. No float or seasonal components, kayak or kayak racks, boat, or any other materials shall be stored within the salt marsh or any wetland resource area. The float and any components shall be stored in an upland location if kept on site during the off-season. Upon removal of the gangway and float for the off-season, the components shall not be dragged across the salt marsh to be removed from or stored on the site. Any vessel attached to the float shall not be allowed to rest on land under salt pond or any tidal flats. And then the following site inspections are required. These are typical time points of pre-construction site inspection, post-pile driving site inspection, final site inspection, and any additional site inspections as required.
Okay. Anyone care to make a motion?
Please do, Chris.
I'll be happy to make a motion, but I probably need some help and guidance on the motion. Is this Charlotte, if you might be able to help me, guide me.
So this is an order of conditions. So you would, if you're making a motion to approve, you would say motion to approve, close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions, and then list the NOI number, the address, and then mention that with the standard special conditions and the conditions as read just now by the agent on screen and shown.
Okay, so yeah, I propose we close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI. Can you remind me again? I'm sorry, I'm on my phone.
Sorry, Sanji, can you just reiterate saying you make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions?
I make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions.
Okay, and that would be for, can someone help him out, guys? What's the NOI number? I'm sorry, I don't have this in front of me right now.
25-25.
Okay, for
Thanks.
45 Joy Place.
45 Joy Place.
All right, I'm sorry, Sanji, can you please repeat that again?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 25-25 for 40 Joy Place.
45 Joy Place,
45 Joy Place.
with the standard conditions and special
With
conditions
this-
as shown.
With the standard conditions and the special conditions that are viewed on the screen today.
Great. With a motion and a second, then I'll take a roll call vote.
Tom Bell, second.
Tom Bell. Right.
Tom Bell, second.
Yes, thank you. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre. Aye, that vote passes 5-0-0.
And Mr. Chair, you need a variance.
Right. Thank you. I'll make a motion to issue a variance for notice of intent 25-25 25-25 at 45 Joy Place for work within the salt marsh, land under salt pond, land subject to coastal zone flowage, and within the 50-foot buffer zone to complete the work as shown on the approved plans with the required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. With the motion a second, I will take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. That
Thank you very
hearing
much.
is now closed.
Have a good evening.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Sure. All right. Next up, we have NOI 25-21 for 33 and 37 Stanton Road, 294 and 300 South Main Street, and 33 Cedar Lane for ecological restoration for Phragmites removal and planting, just continued from October 9th.
Hi, Tanner. Is Chris joining us, or it's just you tonight?
It's just me tonight.
Okay, sorry. Can you introduce your name and affiliation for the record? And you're welcome to share your screen too.
Yeah, no worries. My name is Tanner Poole, Associate Project Manager with Solitude Lake Management. All right. Just to give a quick introduction back into this parcels along the Gulf River. I know we've come back and forth, we submitted a whole NOI initially, kind of come back with a little bit of a alternative analysis, some plans as well. Let me get this on. And most recently, we just came back to revise the Phragmites management. Charlotte, can you give me a little bit of help? I know we kind of went back and forth in email about the site visit.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I do this in the right order, but so I don't kind of mess anything up.
And Tanner, this will also weigh in on your preference as well, representing the applicant. Mr. Chair, we have in previous hearings talked about potentially visiting the site. I guess before Tanner presents the updated management plan, would that be something that commission would want to do before issuing any decision? Would a site visit help? Do you want to see that before Tanner goes through his management plan? And if so, we can discuss it and you can decide that as well tonight.
I personally don't see. I mean, it's Phragmites. It's a large area of Phragmites. I don't. You know, the issue I think is whether or not we're gonna permit the use of herbicides to eradicate the Phragmites. I don't think we need to. I don't need to see that personally.
Okay, yeah, if you don't want to see where the Phragmites are on site unless other
No,
commissioners want to.
I can take the word for it. I think it's pretty easy to delineate.
Yeah.
Does anyone,
Okay.
if anyone else feels differently, that's.
Commissioners, you don't need to see the site. I'm seeing shaking heads.
I feel the
Okay.
same way Chris does.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you guys for confirming. And Tanner, I'm sorry, you can move forward then with your management plan.
Completely fine, thank you. Deal a little bit. This is the site kind of spanning this. I believe it's 5 properties, but 6 parcels.
Oh, Tanner, I'm sorry, your voice just cut out. I don't know if it's your connection, but you're not muted. Tanner, sorry to interrupt you. We cannot hear you. Your voice cut out. I don't know if his connection's delayed.
I'm not sure he can hear us.
I'm gonna shoot him an email. Actually, might have his number.
Message him.
Well,
Can't hear anything. Can we message him?
yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
Tanner, I'm sorry, your voice had cut out for the last minute, so unfortunately we did not hear your explanation. I'm sorry. I wish I could type in this.
Can you put something in the chat?
I don't know
Can't you,
why I can. It's just question and answer.
What about if you annotate in there?
Yeah, I can do that. Tanner, I'm sorry, your connection might be delayed, but we cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we didn't hear your explanation. See your screen moving around, but your mouse moving around, but we can't hear you.
Cannot hear you.
No.
No, geez.
Might have to write down something on a piece of paper.
I'll do that.
Take
Yeah, there
take
we
your
go.
screen away. And
I'll do it.
Can you? Jesus, what the frick? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Just
now
a
we
little
can.
bit.
Sorry, Tanner. I was trying to find a way to message you, but we could not hear you, unfortunately. So I'm afraid you might have to start over. I'm sorry.
Can
There's
you hear
no
me
way
now?
for me to use a chat here. Yes, we can hear you now.
It's so, jeez, it's like every week. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm sorry. Can you please start over?
Yeah, so pretty much we kind of, you guys kind of asked for revisions to the management plan. I went ahead and added a schedule that kind of goes through and lists kind of like what we plan to do each season in a sense. And I kind of just said it's pretty straightforward, and I kind of just opened the floor to the commission if they had any questions.
So how many years does this plan go out? Okay. So is it 2 or is it 3?
Are you
lost him
hearing
again.
him?
No.
I'm going to actually try calling him, and then maybe I can put him on speaker because sometimes that works.
Yeah, try calling him.
Yeah. Hold on. Tanner, if you can hear me, I'm going to call you from my work cell, and we're going to see if I can put you on speaker, and sometimes that works if you mute yourself. Unless this is your office phone, that doesn't.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Hello, yes. So yeah, I'm just gonna hold my phone up to my mic. So
That's fine. I'm sorry. Like I said, it's always something.
it's okay. It happens.
Yeah, so Tom's question, yes, it's initially 3 years, but there's the possibility of, like you said, Phragmites coming back within the wetlands or within that time. So there was an ongoing management section that kind of detailed that we would do a spring annual management vegetation survey. And then we would also come back or have, at least if the client still has us on, that we would hand pull or lop off any additional Phragmites in the growing season. Or this would kind of be up to them to manage this on their own.
Is it feasible after a first application that you could then tarp it for 2 years? So there'd only be just an initial application and cutting, and then cover it.
I mean, it's possible. We just haven't really done any practices doing that. So I can't necessarily say I can do that efficiently.
Yeah, it was just listed as one of the, in one of the, in that Great Lakes Phragmites Coalition guidelines, or actually it was just a list of remediation practices that have been tried, and my recollection is it hadn't been tried very much, and so it was kind of inconclusive whether it was effective or not. But I just wondered if I'm looking for your opinion here, whether or not tarping after that first application and mowing, whether that might be feasible to do. And I guess maybe the question ought to be, and this you should be able to answer from your experience, is how much, the second year of application, how much spraying are you actually going to do? I mean, is this going to be 1/10 of what you do the first time around, or 1/4 of what you did the first time around? How effective is that first treatment, I guess?
Yeah. Normally, I would say it can really kind of vary on the site. Normally, most sites we go to after the first year, it's normally about like a 40 to maybe 35. Like it can range. So I mean, it'll be a little broader. It can be 50 to maybe like 35.
So in year 2, then you would expect to spray about 35% of the area. And in year 3, is it going to also, are we talking now about 10% or 5%, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so it really is a fairly regular progression of elimination. You're cutting it by 2/3 every year.
Yeah.
Okay. So the amount of pesticide that's going to be used, do you estimate that how many pounds or gallons of these pesticides you're going to use in year one?
Yeah, so normally when we're treating an acre, our rates are about 16 ounces of Imazamox and 4 ounces of whichever surfactant we're using. So
Really,
pretty
that
small
little?
amount.
I thought maybe I'm using the wrong stuff, but the application rate that I have is 2 fluid ounces per gallon, and a gallon of mixed glyphosate is good for maybe a quarter of an acre. Not even that. So you're talking about using 4 ounces, 4 fluid ounces
Per gallon.
per acre? Huh. Maybe yours is much more concentrated than what I have.
Well, I'm also following the label for the Imazamox. So we also are talking, you're talking glyphosate to Imazamox as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, in that case, I think glyphosate you could use. I mean, they have, and I believe the label is up to 5% of what you're spraying, like your total volume ratio. And we're using 4 gallon backpacks, so 4%. Excuse me, sorry, 4% to. I don't have the math on me right now, but that kind of equates to 16 ounces.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like very much.
No, not much compared to like the entire container. No.
Yeah. Huh. So you're going to use less than a gallon of the container of a container of glyphosate. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we wouldn't be using anywhere near a gallon probably for the entire project.
That's a Imazamox, right? You're referring to?
Yeah.
No, glyphosate.
Go for glyphosate as well.
Yeah.
We would 16, I mean, kind of 16 by 3. I mean, we're using maybe half a gallon through the entire project.
So you've done what we've asked in terms of incorporating planting native plants rather than just treating the Phragmites and letting nature take its course, correct? You've implemented, you're going to include a planting plan. I mean, this being I think Charlotte made this point to me, which I thought was pretty good point, is that, in these types of situations, it's a temporary disturbance, even if it were to be, even if there were to be adverse impacts, it would be, presumably it would be temporary. We know the half-life of glyphosate. I know that the Imazamox is slightly, the SDS sheet indicates it's somewhat more harmful to the ecology, but in either case, it'd be temporary, and so this is potentially an opportunity to see if this type of treatment is effective, and if it's not, in the future, we would have that, we would know if this is going to work around here or not. So I guess that's me playing devil's advocate, but the only thing that I would like to see, and I don't know if it's feasible, is just while the project is going, if there's any way to track, whether or not there's any adverse effects to native plants or other things. I'm sure the applicant doesn't want to turn this into a science project, but that's what I was just kind of looking into.
And Tanner, jumping off that, have you guys worked with these types of projects that can maybe test either the soils or estimate vegetative cover before and after application to kind of assess the project and its impact? And, before and after applications, we've definitely approved some projects very recently, I will admit, so not historically, but just very recently, but they were very specific cases in an isolated vegetative wetland. where we did a classic a vegetative classification survey before treatment. And we're going to utilize that as a baseline to kind of understand what the vegetative cover is after you are done with most of your treatments, so that we can kind of assess were the applications successful, and then were there any damage to native vegetation. So
Seems like the
I don't
baseline would
have
be simple.
much experience with that, but I mean, if you have a consulting firm or a group that can provide that level of information, and if we want to make that a condition, that's completely fine with me.
yeah, it wouldn't be like a consultant from the commission. It would be like the applicant would have to work with a wetlands professional or someone who can do that classification to provide before and after, so we can assess the impact. So Tom, sorry, did you have something else to add?
Well, I was just thinking that initially, it's pretty simple. It's all Phragmites and there's nothing growing under there, if you're just talking about the vegetation. But the follow-up would be, I think, would be useful, so that, I don't know whether it would require a small drone survey with photograph just to then assess what portion of the Phragmites came back on year 2. And then, maybe it's so low in year 3 that you can just go out there and take a couple of pictures from the ground. But
So you would want to see some sort of final as-built along with the final restoration report, like to understand the coverage before and after treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought, Charlotte, you were talking about more than just the Phragmites that you would want. You would want to assess the surrounding vegetation to make sure that it's not damaged.
That was something I was considering as a potential condition. I know that the areas of treatment are pretty much, Tanner, let me know if you disagree, they're almost probably 100%. I haven't seen the site, so I will definitely walk the site before anything's done. But would you say the treatment areas are 100% Phragmite and there's no vegetation, native or other non-native species that are in those areas you intend to spray?
Yes. Now there's like you said, like a woodland that's kind of out behind the Phragmite stand, but
Mhm.
within the stand of the treatment area that we're looking at, there's always mainly just Phragmites.
Okay. But
Yeah,
there
and
may be some potential exposure from the application methods to any surrounding vegetation outside the Phragmites areas. So that was where my question was kind of coming from, with looking at vegetation in the area. But if the commission doesn't want to do that, that's fine. That's what we did with the other projects as well,
I think
in a coastal
it's a
bank
good
and in
idea,
an
actually.
isolated wetland. Sorry, Tom, go ahead.
I think it's a good idea that we monitor the impacts to the surrounding areas.
I mean, I think it's particularly important after the first application, because his proposal for the following 2 years is not to use spraying. So, but that's the only place where there would be possible overspray and impact to the surrounding vegetation.
You could always do this in stages, perhaps. There are a couple of small stands there. Maybe that's the way to go, is to treat those small stands, and if you can eliminate I think there's 2 or 3 of them. If you can eliminate them without doing any collateral damage, then it gives us the ability to say, well, yeah, you can go after the larger stand. I know that that's going to add 1 more year to the project, but it also gives us a chance to either pull the plug on it because it is doing damage that we can see, or have the confidence that going forward, it's not going to have much of an impact, if any at all. Do it stepwise. I mean, you could.
Like you said, there's definitely a couple of small stands in that in that treatment area. So I mean, if we definitely, if we want to kind of start off small, like you said, kind of get a gist of how the treatment's actually going to affect the environment or the surrounding plants and native species. I mean, I think I'd be okay with that to kind of give you guys a chance to see what it would do.
I'd be comfortable with that.
So test a small treatment area first.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of them, I think. Right. Can you?
Yeah, on the plans. Okay.
You put up the plan. I think there's, you know,
Okay. Sorry. Do you have the plans, Tanner, that you can pull up? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
and zoom in on it anyway.
So you want to test a small area first and like one of those smaller patches.
Well, I think maybe one of the small patches is a control, and then maybe 2 of the others are the treatment areas.
Do you want some areas to be herbicides and some areas to not?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Well, you've got the big areas of control, I guess. So I'd say, yeah, treat these 3 small areas, see what happens.
Okay, so if the commission agrees to that, I would respectfully need a continuance to draft those conditions, because that's not how I set any potential conditions up.
Well, I think they'd have to propose it actually to us.
Yeah,
Charlotte?
that would also be, Tanner might have to go back with the applicants and assess that as well. But is that something the commission would want to see, to look at the small? Actually, well, there's technically 4 if you separate 33 Stanton Road's dock, 1, 2, 3, 4 areas.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the 2 ends and that one little one there.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying that the one right in the middle is technically, well, if you think about it, there's 4 separate areas that are split between either side of the dock. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would commissioners want to see those 4 smaller areas maybe treated with herbicides first as a test within, would you entertain that, or is that something you'd want to see in the form of of conditions, or?
I think that would be.
Would this take an entire year, or would we be able to see the effects of the spraying, in some reasonable amount of time?
Yeah, we'd probably know within 2 months or less.
Yeah, I would say if we conduct the treatment the 3rd week of April, which is kind of like that timeline we want to start, you would see results definitely by the 3rd week of September.
I really like this idea of taking a measured approach, given the risks and uncertainties here too.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
And
Okay.
this is, if we were to allow the scale wise, this is definitely the largest area. We would have entertained this.
Okay. Would the commission want to see, so if we were to do these 4 treatment areas, not counting the big one where, we can see on screen here, would you want to see any other alternative done to the large area, or just leave the large area as is first while you apply the smaller area with the treatments?
I'd say leave the larger area alone.
Okay.
Until we've seen results, and I think the idea of having a wetland science, do an inventory of the plants, so you get a professional before and after that's a third party.
Okay. So third party, so not someone from Goddard in consulting, because Chris, who was present at the other hearings, is a wetlands scientist. You would want a third party?
No, not necessarily. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I can write like a wetland scientist or an appropriate professional, do like a baseline survey, get an assessment of invasive and you know what I mean. I can set it up similar to Turkey Hill.
Yeah.
Which you guys, okay. So Tanner, having said that's definitely like a whole rework of what I was, I had just drafted for tonight. If the commission were to issue a decision, would you want to relay that to the applicant first? And in the meantime, I can definitely draft those conditions and send them to you before the next hearing. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I can talk to him tomorrow and get his
Okay.
feedback on what this about.
Okay. Would it be okay if you were to call me on this number tomorrow? I'm going to be on vacation next week, but I will definitely try my best to get you those conditions as soon as I can before the next meeting so that we can, come back with, but first I'd want to hear if the applicant wants to move forward with that proposal that the commission's suggesting. Thank you. All right. So I guess, would you be okay with a continuance to November 6th?
I would.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Did anybody else have comments or anything to add that you'd want to see?
I definitely would like to make sure that when they did that they also included in that survey the surrounding vegetation.
Okay. Yeah.
And anything where it might be in the line of spraying. if there
Okay.
were spraying.
Okay. All right. I think I can envision that, and I can send that to Tanner and the applicant team, and hopefully come back on the 6th.
Thank you for your time and sorry for the technical issues as always.
That's okay. The phone method is working. Sorry, Mr. Chair, are you all set? I didn't hear your response.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that approach, continuing until then, and
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Good,
Okay.
good plan.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Tanner. Well, I'll if you can call me at some point tomorrow, that'd be great, and on this number, and we'll work on those conditions, and I'll send those to you prior to the next meeting.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, what do we have? I lost in 9 minutes here. I got so much. We on the COCs here?
So I was going to quickly ask, would it be okay to either table or continue the fee schedule? I'm sorry to do this, but the next meeting looks like it's going to be short, knock on wood. So would the commission be okay with tabling that or tabling it to the end of the night tonight or continuing to November 6th?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, you want to continue? Or do you want to put it at the end of tonight?
No, I thought you said
Okay.
put it at the end of the next meeting. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
continue.
Okay, continue to 11/6 for the fee schedule. And also that gives you guys more time to look at it, so. Okay,
I
great.
looked at it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did.
Well, maybe hopefully we'll have 6 commissioners as requested. So 11/6 might be a full board. Okay.
6. Okay.
Okay, so on to COCs then. First up, we have NOI 24-5 and stormwater permit 24-08 for 74 Black Horse Lane.
Sure. Mr. Chair, can I just quickly ask the last person in the audience, that might be someone representing the one of the COCs on here. So if possible, I'd like them to go first, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hi, for the 339-227-3938 number, can you please confirm if you're here for a COC and we can do that one ahead of the others? You're also muted. Think I can figure it out. If you guys give me 1 second.
I think I got it. Hello?
Hi, Sean, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Sorry, I had to hit *6. I do
Nope,
not have
that's
my
okay.
computer, and I apologize.
That's okay. So we have Sean Richard, the property owner here for 441 King Street. So I'll do that first. I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at all the files that Mindy was really good to scan in and read and understand. This was a 1988 after the fact order of conditions. There were a lot of previous enforcement issues with filling in the wetlands. It went to court, went back and forth with orders with NOIs. Eventually, they issued an after the fact order of conditions. There were a handful of conditions that were mostly related to, basically stating that, sorry, I'm pulling up my notes here as I'm talking. that basically related to, you know, that this is an after the fact order of conditions for the area noted on the plans. And so again, that's not really an action that's needed as a part of this special condition 13. Condition 14 was about the fill has been placed in the low areas of the wetlands and will be allowed to remain. So that there's really no action there. I did observe the site. I was here earlier today with Sean and Madeline. And I did observe the existing lawn area that the previous commission from the 80s had allowed to remain. It's a wet lawn area at the edge of the wetland. So no action needed there. No more fill placed within within the wetland or within 100 feet of the wetland without NOI filed by Concom. So I went to the site today, tried to look at previous imagery. I didn't really observe anything evident that any wetland had been continuously filled after the 80s. It's really hard to tell from the historical imagery, but at least within the last 10 plus years, I did not notice anything. The wetland is mostly comprised of actually cattails, which is rarer than what I normally see. Jewelweed, a large willow tree, and so not much invasive vegetation other than some potential multiflora rose. So it doesn't look like there's any fill in the wetland that was remaining or recent. And then the last condition of there will be no more work within the 100-foot buffer or the wetland without an NOI filed. Obviously, this is a 40-plus-year-old order of conditions. It's hard to see from the historical imagery. Doesn't look like there was anything. I would say just within the last 5 years, there's definitely been some, modifications to the site. I know Sean has some information that he previously discussed with my predecessor, Jeff Summers, about taking out a paved turnaround area that was added at some point in 2016, 2017. There was some periodic maintenance work on the driveway. It was repaved a few years ago, or 1 year ago, I think. And then recently, within the last few years, there was a pool permit that was issued in the back of the home, which is outside the 100-foot buffer. But some pool fencing was modified in the buffer zones. There was an existing fencing that was pulled back, I think a few years ago, and it was, a gate was just added. So, if you look, I'm sure you may have looked at Near Map, there's just some, some changes here and there that were in the buffer zone that would have needed a permit. But I know Sean had talked to my predecessor about at least some of them. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to add for this order of conditions. It was recorded at the registry, so that is compliant with the last special condition listed in the after the fact order. And I'll turn it over to Sean if he has anything else to add, and then commissioners if they have questions.
Wow, thank you, Charlotte. I don't know if I can speak better than that, but so I didn't know about this order of conditions until last week. My wife hired a fence company to basically tear down the fence that was running from the pond to the front of the property, and then basically create a smaller area of yard. And it goes it's inside the buffer zone. I didn't realize that, I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that situation at all. So, I don't know how to manage that. As far as the rest of the property, we planted, over 70 trees in the back of the property and up the driveway. When Jeff Summers, when I was kind of dealing with this project with Jeff years back, this project has taken, we've done this project in phases over the last 13 years that we've lived there. And he came over and said, if you remove a portion of asphalt here, you can put it there. And then we did kind of everything as planned. The fence, we did not go through. I don't know if the company that we hired went through permitting. Apparently they didn't. So, I guess that's where we're at. So I don't know how to move forward or what is needed for me to figure this out.
Thank you for that. So just going on your last comment, Charlotte, regarding alterations besides the fence, is there anything egregious that we should be thinking about here?
I would say the biggest change to the site was there were I think I can just call out two of them. So in the back of the home, as I mentioned, there was a there was a building permit that was issued 4 years ago for the construction of the pool. The vast majority of the pool and patio are all outside the 100-foot buffer, at least from our estimated wetland 100-foot buffers with the Mass Mapper wetlands. That the largest change to the site occurred almost entirely outside the 100-foot buffer. The second change I would note would be just the changes made to the driveway over time, because the existing circular driveway is partially within the 50-foot buffer. So it's definitely been modified within the last 10 years. There was some plantings put in the middle, then the plantings were taken out. It's been repaved. From what it looks like it's been impervious this whole entire time, but it's definitely been either modified or possibly expanded. There's been edging that's been coming out throughout the years. So I would say, depending on what those, it's hard, I can look at it to a certain point on Nearmap, but I would say, like, depending on the work, if, for example, if there was no change to the driveway, a repaving project may not have come before us unless there was significant erosion or concerns to our wetlands. I mean, with the 50-foot buffer, I may have asked Sean to submit an RDA, kind of like what we did with Jerusalem Road, just to be on the safe side with the sensitivity of the 50-foot buffer. And then the trees that he had installed, the neighbor had taken out some trees, which I can bring up later tonight, on abutting properties, and a row of, I think they're arborvitae, were planted within the 100, outside the 100, and then back in the 100 as you go up the driveway on both sides to make up for the tree coverage that was taken out by neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, they've been cutting down trees. Every
Yeah.
neighbor that moves in, they're just cutting down trees. I
Yep,
don't know.
and they're all within the 100-foot buffer Lily Pond, so those are going to be separate issues.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there were some of them were massive, and
Yeah, I
you
can
know.
see. Yeah,
So
and they
I
were
don't know. We
within the last
planted,
few years, which is concerning. So
but I think we planted. I think I counted like 70 plus trees throughout the property. Arborvitaes, Taylor junipers, maple, red maple, 2 maples in the driveway area, like up the driveway towards the street, just to try to make up for some of the stuff. But it's there's a huge void where the trees were taken down.
mm-hmm.
So the pool was permitted.
Pool was permitted in
There was-
November 2021. I think, Sean, you started construction at some point between late 2022 and early 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I had a permit for the back projects that I just, I couldn't, it's dragged out so long, but the pool closed out, I think a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, it's just hard to get everything done quickly, with a family and kids everywhere. So everything kind of dragged out. So it's switched, building inspectors and conservation guys. And so, I mean, I wish I had more info. I don't have my computer. We're in the middle of moving, so I don't have any information on me. But I can say that, every step of the way, we were working with conservation, building inspectors, and just trying to do it right. So I didn't know about this order of conditions. It didn't come up when I purchased the house 13 years ago. And I had no idea what it was. Just to be honest, I had no idea.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, as Sean had mentioned, like, this is related to a housing sale because he's currently in the process of selling the house. So these orders come up in title searches,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So regarding the 1988 situation, there's really not much relevance, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I
current.
think that condition, regardless, in terms of not doing anything without commission approval, that regardless of the order, those are our regulations under the state and local bylaws. So I personally do not have concerns with holding up a COC for this 40-year-old order conditions, but I guess it would be a different topic of if the commission wants to see any additional action to address any of the, recent changes made to the site.
No, not for me. I don't have any concerns. Does any other commissioner have any questions or comments here? Anyone? Okay. Yeah. Well, let's just move on then. Where's my script here? All right. Sorry. Pulling up the script again. Anyone care to make a motion while I search for a motion to make?
No ongoing conditions, because this was such an old template. It doesn't have any of our standard conditions that we have now.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of completion for, I don't have my agenda because I couldn't.
Yeah, sorry. It's we don't have an internal file number, so it would be NOI 1988 NOI DEP file number 13-194.
That was pretty fast. DEP file number. I make a motion to issue certificate of compliance for DEI or not DEI. DEP
13-194.
13194. And the address?
441 King Street.
441 King Street.
Thank you. I make a second, and with a motion in a second, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell,
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
Can you
Hopefully
call
your,
me
your night
tomorrow?
ends soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, sorry, Sean, go ahead. I interrupted you.
I said thank you guys, and sorry. Hopefully your night ends soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Sean, if you need that urgently, please call me tomorrow because I'm going to be on vacation next week.
Okay, I will call you tomorrow. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a
Thank
good night.
you.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. Now I'm out of order. Charlotte, what's next here?
So I can go back in
to the front of
order.
the order.
Yeah, I can go back in order because there's no one else on the call. So 74 Black Horse Lane, there are 2 COCs. Before I get started, because I know we're getting kind of late, does anybody want me to do like a quick run through without going through my full report for both of these? Or do you guys want me to go through my report?
Quick.
Okay, quick.
He's placed.
All right, let's go with the easy one. So NOI 2406, this was a separate order of conditions for the proposed dock. There was an existing dock that they just rebuilt and then added a floating gangway. So really no concerns on my end for this one. The only slight changes were there's like a slight reorientation of the dock closer. It's going further, I think, hold on. It's going further, oh my God, stop. Too many screens open. Angle of the gangway and pier is slightly further east than the approved design, but the length of the gangway and the float has not changed. The only condition for this permit is that the components can't be dragged across the marsh and they have to be stored in an upland location. The gangway and the float are currently still in the water, and I have notified the owner that he will need to find a safe space for the float and the gangway without dragging it across the marsh or storing it on the marsh. No special conditions necessary other than condition 55 that I just listed, and then I think just to be consistent, standard 40, condition 40 with no chemicals. So I would say if you're going to issue a COC, it would be with condition 40 and 55.
40 and 50. Okay. Very good. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this one?
No.
No.
Oh.
All right. You say this was 24-06?
Yes.
All right. I make a motion to issue a certificate of completion for notice of intent 24-06 at 74 Black Horse Lane with the ongoing conditions 40, what'd you say? Sorry,
40 and 55.
40 and 55. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
With a motion and a second, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnill,
Steve Mangill, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McDowell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Okay. Next
thank you.
one. I'm just going to share this so that you guys don't have to hear every word from this report. But 74 Black Horse Lane also had a second permit for the house. It was turning an existing barn into a proposed home, and then the lot was split, and you guys know the story with that. So NOI 2405, stormwater permit 2408. Site is permanently stabilized. The plantings, Brad Holmes, the wetland scientist, had submitted a final planting report for all the mitigation plantings, and more mitigation plantings were added than his approved plans. The plantings are all in good condition, and no signs of erosion or damage to those plants is evident. So in terms of the plantings, we're good there. I will work with the owner to record the long-term maintenance plan. You guys are used to that. If you're still comfortable with me doing that administratively. I did talk to the engineer about not really seeing all the underground utilities. So I will defer to you if that's something you want to wait for. In terms of all the special conditions, I won't read them word for word to try and go quickly, but in terms of the landscaping activity, I was present for that prior to the work. There was no site dewatering, so nothing to do with that condition. The mitigation plantings were done, in accordance with the plan, plus more plantings. So there were like 28 more shrubs added, 20 more sweet fern, although I will note that those totals are actually from an updated site plan where the mitigation plan wasn't administratively updated, but there still are more plants than the approved plans. And then the site inspections were pretty much all completed, although this was the time where I was injured. So I did do some of these remotely. And for the ones that I could not do, I was given updates, emails, photos. So overall, the applicant and his team were communicative with that. The deviations, I'll just go through those very quickly in terms of there's one tree missing behind the home. They added a gravel patio area and landscaping area. So I wasn't notified for that. The paver turnaround and walkways are slightly larger. No concerns with stormwater from the engineer. One more tree was taken out where the grinder pump was installed. It is within riverfront and 100-foot buffer. There was an evergreen row of trees that was supposed to be planted between 70 and 74. 70, as you know, is actively under construction. So I don't know if that's why, but they were part of the plan. Most of them are within riverfront, or half of them or more of them are in riverfront. I wanted the engineer to confirm this. Based on my eyeballing and measuring, I don't really see any large increase in the asphalt, but since this is a large driveway, I was just waiting for that. So I'll defer to the commission if they want that answer or if they're comfortable with the as-built. And then there are some, so again, there's some plantings to still be installed. I don't know if the commission wants any replication or replacement for the 2 trees that were taken out for some work. If you were to issue a COC, you can just do 40 and 41, since those are standard conditions, and mitigation plantings would be included in 41.
I think they need to finish.
And
We'll
replace.
Consider this.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just
if
way
they
too
start
much.
taking out extra trees, then yeah, that's
Way too
Yep.
many loose ends,
Okay.
and definitely replication.
Okay. So replace the 2 trees taken out.
Yep.
And that they're both in riverfront. So do we want 2 to 1?
Yep.
Okay. And then we want the evergreen row planted.
and that doesn't count towards their trees.
Doesn't count. Yeah. And doesn't count. Okay. The last note, I'm sorry, this is not in my report. I will just note that if you look on Nearmap, and I saw it on site as well, there was a row of trees between 74 Black Horse Lane and 80 Black Horse Lane. It wasn't like a row. It was just like trees, like, larger tree specimens. It looks like those may have been taken out and replaced with 3-inch caliper oaks and red maples. So they were, I need to take a better look at Nearmap. This is just something that I looked at, but if these were taken out and replaced, would you want to see, is that satisfactory because they're in riverfront, or would you want to see a further replacement of those? I can pull up Nearmap just to show you what I'm talking about, but yeah, that was the only other additional thing I noted on site.
Yes. We would want to see our standard 2-to-1.
Okay.
So if they didn't do that, and especially if they didn't do it without notifying, like.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, they need to get some kind of letter chastising them. But they knew better than doing that.
Yeah. So this is 74. So this is what is on site now. You guys can see the 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the new trees planted. I need to just go back in NERMAC to quickly confirm, but I believe some of these trees were either taken out because they were called out on the original plans. So I'm not sure what happened to them. Maybe they weren't here. I don't know. Huh. Well, then maybe he planted. I really thought he took some out. Huh, I guess not. Okay. Sorry. I guess the survey on the plans was off.
Good.
Cool. Okay, so it's really just those 2 trees, but you guys, if he planted these trees, you don't want to count those? This looks like the one that was here before construction. So this is the only one that was here. And then still there. Maybe this one was taken out and then he put more in. So it looks like one was taken out here. And he put 3 more in this area.
Nope, still there.
Oh, it is still there? Okay. Sorry, I'm going through this very quickly and I have not eaten today since noon. Okay. So this is still here, Steve, you think?
Well, you went back, I think it was 24. Previous to that.
Yeah, it's right
Oh, right
here,
there.
but I don't see it. It's there in 24. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's
I
there.
guess
It
we can, yeah, you can see
looks
it.
like it's covered with burlap, maybe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
Well, he did take, yeah, okay. So he
no,
did
it's
plant.
gone.
It's gone. Okay. So, well, he did plant 4. So there was 1, 2, 3 additional planted in this area. And these are in Riverfront. Riverfront's around here. So after this, pretty much after this tree, like even, I'm sorry, in front of this tree is Riverfront. So all these out here are outside our jurisdiction for wetlands. But yeah, you
Even the one
can see the patio was added. So I guess, do we still want to see 2-to-1 replacement for the 2 trees taken out, or do we want to count these 3 additional trees added here? 3 planted here.
I don't know, just put one more in.
Put 1 more? Okay.
That'd be 2-to-1 then.
Yeah. Minus 3 planted. Okay, so plus 1. So we want 1 tree and 1 evergreen. And the row of evergreens doesn't count.
Right.
Okay, cool. Great. Do you want to continue that to 11-6? Or do you want to deny? You've done it both ways before.
Continue. Yeah, let's just
Yeah.
continue.
I would recommend a denial if it was like a substantial non-compliance. So that
Yeah.
substantial word is left to your discretion and interpretation.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that meets like that's. It looks like maybe
Okay.
I'm fine with just continuing.
Okay.
All right.
Last one.
Last one. Yeah. What do we
So
have?
15 Mill Lane was a septic project, 2022. Board of Health has already issued their COC. There's really no deviations except for just a few, I hate to use the word nitpicky, but the treatment tank is 1 foot further from the house and 1 foot further into the 50-foot buffer within the existing yard. So it was 12.1, which is the as-built, versus 13.3. I'm sorry, 13.3 is the as-built, 12.1 was the approved. The leaching field is 2 feet closer to the wetland than approved, but does not encroach into the 50-foot buffer. So there's supposed to be a 52.5 difference and there's a 50.5 difference. So again, I didn't see a significant deviation there because it was still kept outside the 50-foot buffer for the leaching field. And then if you're to issue a COC, I would just stick with number 40 for the no chemicals. There were no plantings associated with this, so number 40 would be sufficient.
Okay, any comments or questions here? No. Okay, I make a motion then to issue a certificate of completion for notice of intent 22-22 at 15 Mill Lane with the, sorry, what'd you say, 40?
40, yeah.
Yeah, with the ongoing condition 40. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Then I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Bagnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sergeant Commander, aye.
Chris McIntyre. Aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Do you want me to be quick with my updates and 48-hour updates?
Yeah.
Are you guys done?
Yeah, just breeze through them if there's anything
Okay. I'll be
crazy
really brief.
pertinent.
There will be some things coming up for Sandy Beach. As you guys know, there are now piping plovers on the beach as of 2023. We need to update the beach maintenance plan, so I won't have any other discussion tonight because that'll be a part of probably an NOI or an amended NOI. A project work list. I have created a large work list of all the projects we've been working on together over the years. And now that I have Mindy, who's been really great with helping me with these projects, we are going to be pumping things out for you guys and putting them on your agendas as appropriate. Some of them we might just send to Chris, but a good portion of them we're going to send to you guys and put them on your agendas, kind of like the fee schedule. So just know that we're going to blast forward with a lot of these projects that have been hanging around. And then I think I told some of you guys this, but with my effort and Woods Hole's effort and the town of Situate and CSCR, we received a $117,000 grant from CZM for the Coastal Habitat Water Quality Grant Program. This will be to do a assessment of the Gulf River to basically create like a foundation report, essentially. That's the quickest way I can describe this, of looking at the Gulf River estuary system as a whole, understanding what we need to do for future restoration. So we're going to be doing a lot of different things within the next 1.5 to 2 years. By June 2027, we're going to have technical meetings, public meetings, etc. So really looking forward to this. This project, I've been trying to apply to this grant for 3 years now. So I'm glad something finally stuck to the wall.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And we're in the process of getting that contract signed, and Mindy's going to be all over that next week. So
Congratulations.
thank you guys. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
well
encourage
done.
you, if you are interested, to just text me, call me, email me if you want any updates. If you want to be a part of any technical committee meetings or site visits, we didn't really put that in the thing, but I would definitely encourage you, if you want to be more invested than just an observer. You will be more involved in the future with any implementation with permitting and projects and things like that. But yeah, if you guys are interested more than just the public meetings, let me know. So yay.
Thank you.
More work for me, but it's a good thing.
Nice work.
Great work.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
And Mr. Chair, I had a couple 48-hour updates, but I don't know if anyone wants to go first.
Two things for me, and one of which is a repeat. Did we ever follow up on the corner of Pond Street, the house that took out the trees right across from?
Yeah, I'm on it. I admit my violation list has substantially grown, so I now have like 10 to 12 violation letters to send out, and they are going to be one of them. And I know that we've talked about keeping the show cause hearings off the agenda for now, but if that needs to change, just let me know. I'm sending out these letters to basically give them a deadline to do whatever they have to do. And if they don't do that, then I can escalate to you guys.
Right.
But I lost my violation tracker, so that has set me back. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if someone deleted it. But yeah, so that's why I've been a little bit behind on updating you guys and sending that tracker to you.
The other thing is right on the James Brook little water resource wetlands thing on Cushing Ave. The town's been taking out more trees. There's like at least 6 stumps there now.
Where is this?
Right on Cushing Ave, right where that like the water, it's designated as like a water,
Yeah.
critical water, the James Brook, right where, yeah, right there, right along there,
Where Spring
along-
Street is?
right along Cushing here.
Oh,
right
here,
along-
here.
in front of the water.
Okay.
There's at least like 6 to 8 stumps there now. I don't know if they were ash trees, but either way, I mean, that's a important area, and just I don't know. I don't know if they're completely free to do that
Okay.
whenever they want, or if there should be any replacement, even if it is town land done by the town
Yeah,
folks, but if you get a chance, go by there and just
okay.
count
Yeah,
the
thank you.
stumps
That
and
must
see
have
if you,
been, that must have been recent. I'm not aware of any of
there was
tree
a couple
removal.
stumps earlier in the summer, and then now there's at least 6.
Okay. Okay,
Relatively
thank
fresh.
you. I was not made aware of this. Okay. I'll take a look, Chris. I'll look into that. But
Yeah,
they
those
up until
that row right
recently they were
there.
pretty good at calling me when they were taking out hazardous trees, but not
It was
this one.
that row right there where it's kind of like grassy, and so now it's just
Oh,
like a
here, yeah. Okay. Okay,
so
thank you.
if we can get any more info on that, that'd be great.
No, that'd be great. I'll look, yeah, I'll definitely look into it. Well, it
If we
definitely looks
could
like they took out
try
some, yeah.
Try to
Cons-
replace
Yep.
them from our tree fund. That'd be
Okay.
great.
Wonder who owns, is this a town parcel? I'll look into it. Okay,
It is.
24. Yeah, this is the water district.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
Jacob.
it is.
Okay. Okay. 24 Cush or James Lane. Yeah, that's 24 James. Okay. Okay.
That's
Thank you. Okay. Well, actually that leads into my 48-hour update. I was gonna just call Chris privately about this, and Chris, I'm happy to call you tomorrow. But as you guys know, I work for the town, but I represent the commission. There's definitely some internal miscommunication, whether it's intentional or not, I can't say. This is not the first time that I have not been notified about trees. I can add that several times. This is not the first time where I have noticed that certain permits were issued without my sign off. Huh? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just yeah.
Oh, so on 441 King Street, I obviously found a pool permit that was issued without a stormwater permit. There's been previous concerns about demo without conservation approval. There's been tree removal without my approval. So again, I'm not sure if this is intentional and they're just saying F Concom, or if they are saying, or if they just don't know. I had been working with the town as much as I can, but unfortunately I'm not always kept in the loop about these things, and I admit it's getting very frustrating. So I don't know, I'm just gonna throw that to you guys if there's something the commission wants to do outside of this meeting. But you know, I awkwardly don't want to be in the middle of it, but I do want to point this out to you that this is happening. We have some solutions to try and deal with this internally. We've improved permitting communication between departments. We're emailing everybody when we get plans. I just made a recommendation to the building admins, Mindy and Amy, to include every sign off on a residential permit, regardless of whether or not it needs, Concom review. If I can at least look at these plans coming in, I can make the determination if permitting's needed, just to be consistent with sign offs. So there's definitely things that we can do, and we're actively thinking about it, but unfortunately it's not a rare instance anymore. It's becoming, I don't know if I'm just finding these things coincidentally or if it's always been this way. So not sure how my predecessor dealt with it.
Charlotte, I was just curious, like if I
Hello.
want to build a pool, who's issuing the permit? Is that a building permit?
So the answer is yes, you need a building permit for pools. Not all pool permits need stormwater. So it really depends on how big your pool is. If you're near wetlands, obviously, you need a permit for that. But like a pool permit, for example, that's in like an upland area, it's really the layout of the pool, the size of it, that will determine if you need a permit or not. And then if the patio around it is going to be impervious. So when people file for a building permit, there's 2 questions in the building permit of basically, are you triggering the stormwater bylaw with the 500 net increase or the 5,000 land alteration? I've showed Mindy this, that sometimes people actually answer these questions incorrectly. So if that's a reason why my sign off isn't being added because the building permit applications themselves are not correct. John and I have definitely worked through trying to get calculations. So if there's projects that are close to the threshold, we've asked for calculations to be submitted by a stamped engineer so that we can determine that the project doesn't need stormwater, but it just hasn't been consistent. But yeah, sorry, Sanji, to answer your question, you need a building permit. You don't always necessarily need a stormwater permit.
Got it.
Yeah, like plunge pools, for example, tiny plunge pools don't trigger the stormwater bylaw. And then the other update, you guys, I already mentioned on the call, but I'm going to be on vacation next week. So I'm going to be doing a frenzy of issuing permits tomorrow. And Mindy has my sign out. So if there's any issues, you know, she knows to give me a call for things like that. But yeah, so just taking some time off for the fall. And yeah, there was one other issue I wanted to bring to your attention. Oh, the 2 properties near 441 King Street. So those people will be getting letters. There were some large trees that were taken out within the last 2 years. Actually within the last year. So they'll get some letters.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have a good vacation.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yep.
Enjoy.
If you send us over your ideas or give me a call tomorrow about how we can help with the
Yeah. I
permitting
definitely,
situation.
I don't want to escalate this, but unfortunately I'm getting a little frustrated here. And I think if we can add consistent sign-offs to building, that might eliminate the cause on the building side, but it will not eliminate any issues on other departmental ends.
Right.
Yeah. I can call you tomorrow, Chris.
Okay.
That was it.
Good. All right. Anyone else have anything? Any 48-hour issues or anything else to bring up before we adjourn?
Nope.
No. Well then, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Take a voice vote. All in favor of adjourning for the evenings?
Hi.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful night. Thanks for
Thanks.
sticking around late.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Bye.
Charlotte.
Thanks, Charlotte.